calling to order at 5:31 p.m. and we will be recessing to closed session for items Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Designated Representative Dr. Joan Rosas, Employer Organization SMETA, CSCA, and/or SMEA, as well as item 2.2, Conference with Labor Negotiator and Represented Employees, Assistant Superintendent for Student Services, Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services.
Okay, President Corza.
Okay, welcome everyone. We are reconvening to our regular meeting with nothing to report out of closed session, and we will now be doing a roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Here.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Here.
Trustee Proctor?
Here.
Trustee Watkins?
Here.
Okay, and I am here as well. Moving on to approval of agenda, May 7th, 2020.
This is Ken. I'll approval.
This is Allison, second.
Great. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Watkins?
Yes.
And Trustee Corzo says yes as well. Okay, moving on to approval of minutes from our April 23rd meeting.
Motion to approve.
This is
This
Ken.
is Shara.
I'll second Shara's motion.
Great. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I say yes as well. Great. Moving on to our recognition. So we have a resolution for Certificated Appreciation Week. And I propose that we read this resolution, and we'll begin with Trustee Chin.
And as you're reading it, I just wanted to let you know that Sue Weezer's husband put together a beautiful video that has music with it, but the quality of the music is not coming through in this format. So we'd still like to show the video while you're reading the resolution, and then we can put the video and the resolution on out for everyone tomorrow. So you're going to see the video as you're reading. So thank you to Sue Weezer and all the people who contributed the photos for this beautiful video.
Great. Thank you, Sue Weezer and her husband. I'll start off, and I will start reading resolution number 24-19-20. Whereas the week of May 4th through 8th, 2020 has been designated as Teacher/Certificated Employee Appreciation Week, and
Whereas an outbreak of the contagious novel coronavirus forced school and health officers to close schools on March 16th to prevent the spread of the disease. Whereas within a matter of days, San Mateo Foster City School District teachers and certificated staff rose to the challenge to implement distance learning to ensure students' academic, social, and emotional well-being during the pandemic crisis by connecting with students each week by any means possible, using a variety of resources to design innovative curricula and differentiate instruction to increase access to education for all students.
Whereas San Mateo Foster City School District teachers and certificated staff give back to the community by participating in fundraisers to purchase groceries for struggling families, creating photo collages with hopeful messages for families, volunteering to distribute food, connecting families to community resources, and sewing masks for school staff and health professionals.
Whereas San Mateo Foster City School District teachers and certificated staff fill many roles as role models, motivators, and mentors by inviting Senator Jerry Hill to a video conference with 8th graders to learn about the legislative process, making a weekly SCL video titled Thoughtful Thursday, acting as the go-to Google Suite experts, and continuing to hold virtual Friday morning gatherings.
Whereas San Mateo Foster City School District teachers and certificated staff embrace students and families with widely differing needs by delivering distance learning packets and meals, providing translation services, distributing Chromebooks, and partnering with programs to provide over 4,000 books for students.
Whereas San Mateo Foster City School District teachers and certificated staff embrace professional learning and use of technology to create virtual classrooms, collaborate with colleagues online, record live readings, and hold class meetings through video conferencing.
Whereas the San Mateo Foster City School District recognizes that these are only a small sample of extraordinary acts by extraordinary people during these extraordinary times, and whereas the San Mateo Foster City School District community recognizes the commitment, passion, and resilience of its teachers and certificated staff in educating its children.
Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Trustees extends its sincere appreciation and gratitude to the San Mateo Foster City School District's teachers and certificated staff, and does hereby proclaim the week of May 4th through the 8th, 2020 as Teacher and Certificated Staff Appreciation Week, and
Be it further resolved that the San Mateo Foster City School District Board of Trustees strongly encourages all members of our community to join them in personally expressing appreciation to our teachers and certificated staff for their dedication to their work.
Regularly passed and adopted on the 7th day of May 2020. Yay, thank you.
everyone. So I do want to just open it up for any additional comments from our board, and then we can do a roll call vote.
Are we, President Corzo, are we going in the order that we went in the previous meeting?
Sure.
So I guess I'm free. I would just like to thank all the teachers and certificated staff out there. We know that this COVID-19 threw us a major curveball. And to put you guys into the distance learning and to put the families and students at home has been really difficult. I've been on with my kids. I've overheard different things as they've had their morning meetings, and overcoming the technology challenges have been an issue. Overcoming just getting the students work to their work hasn't been an issue. Overcoming a number of just family dynamics has also been an issue. I know it's been extremely stressful, and I just want to sincerely thank you guys for all of your hard work and everything that you've done. Because unfortunately it's I wouldn't say it's the beginning, but we are in the middle of this, and we have some additional challenges to tackle. And you guys have just been amazing so far, and I just want to thank you again.
And of course, I echo what Trustee Chin said, and I also just want to say the profession you chose is already demanding, and with this COVID throwing us all for a group in so many different ways, and you guys had to have adapt. Thank you so much for your hard work and dedication to our students.
A huge thank you to everyone. I'm proud, impressed, and inspired by all the work that you have done, that you continue to do, and everything that you do for our kids and our students. So thank you.
Thank you so much to everyone for everything that you continue to do. We celebrate this week every year, and it's 1 week, to really spend time thanking you for what is often really a thankless day to day. There's a lot of joy that comes, of course, with working with your kids, but in terms of just having folks take a moment to stop and say thank you for everything that's happening, I know that doesn't always happen. And so, grateful to be able to take this moment and to use this resolution and just, our words tonight to continue to echo the sentiment that we're so grateful and so thankful for everything that folks always do, and particularly at this time where you're been asked and are being asked continuously to do things that you haven't had to do before, and really step outside of your comfort zone and go above and beyond. And I know that that is happening across our district every day. I know, a lot of folks worked through spring break and are putting in longer hours than they've ever put in because it's what's best for our kids and our students. And so we see you and we see that, and we're so grateful for that work that's being put in, again, to benefit our kids. I've taken a little bit of a step back into my days as an educator and doing a little bit of reading tutoring for a couple of friends' kids. And man, just working with one student for, 15 to 20 minutes it's really hard. So I am just so appreciative for all of the work that continues to happen. So thank you. And there are ways that we can continue to support you. Please let us know.
Thanks, everyone. You all said so much and did a great job in expressing our gratitude. And I will just add briefly that, I think our teachers are miracle workers, and the skills that it takes to manage a classroom on a regular basis in real life are so, you really need a lot of skill to be able to do that. And the way that our staff and our teachers have translated that into the online world, and their patience and their perseverance is really inspiring. So I really hope everyone feels appreciated this week and every week, but especially this week. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
Motion to approve resolution number 24, 1920.
This is Rebecca, and I second the motion.
Sorry, that was Shara.
Roll call vote. Trustee Chen?
This is Ken. Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes from me as well. Okay. Moving on to public statements related to non-agenda topics. Oh, 1 second. Oh, I'm having trouble finding my agenda. Okay. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Just 1 second.
Would you like me to read that section while you're pulling it up?
Please, because the one
Sure.
does not
Sure.
have it.
So the San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. Please limit your statements to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I do have it now, so. Okay, so this is your chance to raise your hand and share a comment related to topics that are not currently on our agenda. So if you have comments for our agenda items, please hold those until that item comes up.
Okay, President Corzo, currently we have 7 attendees with their hands up. I'll call on them one at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'll do is I'll call out your name and then unmute your audio or give you the permission to talk. Sometimes devices might ask for your permission on your microphone, just as a warning. Once you do, you'll have 3 minutes, and I have a timer here. You might hear the dinging in the background on my audio. So Margaret Lynn, you'll be the first person that will be addressing the board. Bringing you in now. Margaret?
Hello there, and hello district board members. Thank you for
Margaret.
speak. My name is Margaret Lynn, as you probably guessed. My husband is Ken Cito, and we are parents to a kindergarten student at College Park Elementary. We're extremely concerned for the College Park community and for our child, as we've heard that our principal, Stephen Toronto, is resigning at the end of this academic school year, which I guess is June. There have been so many unusual circumstances this year, and a strong continuity from our principal and the rest of the College Park elementary staff is really important to provide that necessary guidance with addressing the upcoming changes in the education, whatever that may be. Finding a principal replacement for College Park Elementary is in an incredibly short window, and with the shelter-in-place mandates across our government is nothing short of challenging. We are very concerned for this as far as the entire College Park community. And with that, I would like to ask and request if Principal Tron would be able to maintain his position as the College Park principal for the upcoming school year to lead and support our students and our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, the next person is labeled as BHHS San Bruno. If you wouldn't mind, I'm about to unmute you. Could you please introduce yourself, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, yes, this is John Gieseker. I'm, yeah, I have to get used to what Zoom label goes up. But I am the incoming president of the College Park PTA. And first of all, good evening to all the trustees and staff, and I appreciate your time tonight. I have been pretty much inundated with requests from parents to find out what's going on. I wanted to call in and just emphasize to you the concern and kind of the stress that's on a lot of the families at College Park, because at these very difficult times, which you've talked about earlier, to have a complete leadership change at this time of year is really going to be challenging to deal with. The College Park community is very anxious and very willing to work with the district as best as we can to make the situation workable, tenable, that it will be able to support our students, all the students in the school in this coming year. So we hope to hear from the district, to communicate from the district, to work with the district, and to make the situation better for everyone in our community. And I appreciate your time and attention this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, next up we have Helen Chen. Helen?
Hi. Hi, my name is Helen Chen. I'm also from the College Park community. So, my son is in kindergarten, and so I'll spare you all that, but just to echo what John and Margaret have said, and the only thing I want to add is, as someone who has worked in a nonprofit you may be familiar with, New Leaders for New School, I am very, very much aware of the difficulty of finding talented principal to lead a school. And especially since we're going to go back to school with a new set of challenges of students who may or may not have done well in distance learning, as my son is struggling with distance learning, we really do need to have a principal who is not only able to lead the school during this difficult times of bringing all the students back up to speed from lack of learning for a few months for those who refuse to learn, as well as the unique challenges of College Park where it is a Mandarin program. So finding a principal who is able to not only lead a school as a principal, but to understand the challenges of teaching Mandarin and retaining special teachers that are able to teach Mandarin. So just very concerned, and again, echo John, if we can work any way together to find an appropriate replacement or to retain principal, that would be much appreciated. So thank you again for all you do, and thank you for letting us speak.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, Tiffany, Bringing you in.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Trong. Again, I'm a parent at College Park. My daughter is a rising fourth grader, Maddie Giesiker. I just want to give a different perspective on what's already been said. I was actually really shocked when I got the email from the principal that he's leaving in the fall, because I think that he's such a huge asset to College Park. You know, he's done a tremendous job. I've been there 4 years now, almost 4 years we've been there. And he's been a tremendous job in terms of bringing the school to the standard it is today. We've had numerous challenges in teachers within even our grade alone. Last year we had a teacher who was underperforming. Principal Chung not only mentored his teacher, you know, got lesson plan for him, and showed him how to do it, and substituted the class for like almost like a month. He was in there every single day teaching the students. And this year we had a teacher who 2 weeks into the school went on what turned out to be an extended year-long medical leave. And we were just like, oh no, we're gonna have substitute all year long again. He found a replacement very quickly who was a phenomenal teacher. And it was a very challenging situation. And I think he has gone above and beyond to make it work for the parents. And, you know, I just, you know, he's also got federal funding for Mandarin summer programs for the school. We've won, you know, he's united the PTA, the FMS. He's helped fundraise for our school. He's a tremendous asset. And I am shocked to see that he's leaving. I don't know what the reason is. I just respectfully ask the board to do what you can to help retain this principal. I mean, even in the best of time, we're saddened that he's leaving, but especially in COVID-19, when we have distance learning and all these changes, that we need someone who knows the school, who cares, who's an effective leader to stay, and who knows the Mandarin language as well as the culture to be at our school. Thank you. I'm sorry it took so long.
No, it was fine. Thank you, Tiffany. Okay, next up we have John Wu. John, I'm going to bring you in.
Hi. So, good evening, board member, board president Corso, and honorable members, and honorable superintendent Dr. Rosas. I'm here as in my capacity as the president of Guess What School, College Park PTA, and I sincerely appreciate the school district's plan, which is now the passing of a resolution to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of the teachers and certificated employees. I know firsthand that they provided and continue to provide lots and lots of extraordinary efforts during the pandemic. And in that same vein, I would like to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of the principals of all the schools that implement distance learning. I can only imagine just a small fraction of the many moving parts they must oversee. For all we know, I mean, we all know there is no one size fits all when it comes to delivering equitable education to our youngsters. The principal of College Park, yes, okay, he gave us his recommendation, but I'm hopeful that the board will ask him to stay, or the trustees will ask him to stay at least another year for the best interest of the students and to maintain an orderly transition and continuity. Now, I note that the extension would be consistent with the orderly transition, for example, at Highlands and on of the resignation or retirement of the two principals noted in today's agenda. Due to perhaps the sudden announcement of the resignation, the PTA officers at College Park have heard nothing about plans for next year from the school district. And the parents are obviously concerned. You've already heard so many already. They're concerned about coming out of distance learning, going into next semester without known plans for an orderly transition. particularly with an influx of new SED students and not having a principal, if any at all, who knows an immersion program. I've been at College Park 9 years, and in the last 4, I have to echo what Tiffany mentioned, which is that after our principal, Mr. Chung, arrived, we witnessed many, many improvements that really brought everybody to a great source of pride. He brought resources that never existed, that we never even knew about, and he in effect got us attuned to distance learning in that he brought online learning, the program called, and he also brought funds to the school outside of the PTA, sort of like, the PTA is kind of an ATM machine in many respects. He brought funds, federal funds. It's just been great to the school. So really, if you can, and I looked on your board, I know that there's no.
Sorry, John, just as a quick note, the 3 minutes is up. If you could please wrap up your comments so that we can get to the other public.
Lastly, I just want to thank you very much. I just want to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of the Board of Trustees in this effort. I know that you've held many meetings for distance learning. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Okay, the next person we have coming in is Winnie. Winnie, I'm about to bring you in.
Hi, good evening. My name is Winnie Tangpagasit. I am also a parent at College Park Elementary. I have 2 daughters there, and one in 2nd grade and one in 4th grade. And I echoed pretty much, the other parents who have spoken. We received the resignation of Principal Chuang, and again, I am a little concerned, actually probably a lot concerned, because I'm also a member on the PTA board. With the influx of the incoming SED students and the new, I want to say, distant learning that might, and all the changes that's happening with the COVID-19, I feel that, having a principal and the continuity to, for next year is extremely important at this time. And I would wish that the board, would try whatever efforts you can to try to retain Principal Chuang, that at least this time. I just feel that anybody you bring in temporary is not gonna will cause a break in the continuity and the stability of our kids' education. So that would be, like I said, just my concerns, and hoping that something could be done to perhaps keep him at least next fall. And like I said, we also want to make sure that whoever we bring in is in tune with the Mandarin program and everything else. And also, more importantly, that we select the right candidate, that we don't rush to, bring in somebody and then have them leave yet again, or that it's not a good fit. So, and wanted to hopefully thank everyone, for all your hard work. I know this is not an easy job by any means.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Winnie. Okay. Next on the list, we have Sherry. Sherry, I'm going to bring you in.
Yeah, hello. This is actually Adam Wagner talking with Sherry Tian, my wife. I have 2 kids, first in College Park, one in 1st grade, one in 4th grade. And yeah, like I was super, we're both super let down by this. It was a big surprise. We really like Principal Tron, and he has done a lot for the school. He's worked with us. We, not every, not every thing at the school is perfect, right? And we've had a lot of complaints, and he's been very patient and have worked with us, worked through it, and I just think he's a great asset. Like he's really well liked, and so this whole thing is a huge surprise, and it's like we're losing a family member here. So yeah, we're all really surprised by this. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The next person is it's identified as SW. I'm going to bring you in. If you could state your name, that'd be appreciated.
Hello, my name is Sandy, and I have a child also at the school that we're all talking about, but I also have a child in a different district. And I just want to thank everyone for all the work they're doing. Everybody all over the world is under a lot right now, and I know everybody's working hard to just work it all out. But I just wanted to say something specifically about what can be presented and in the home, and because it's an interesting view that I have coming from two different students in two different places. So I've been talking to other parents as well, and I see that either pre-recorded videos by teachers, or and they could be 10 to 15 minutes long, and they could be videoed at home. It doesn't, we're all understanding of that. Are during which specific concepts are explained are really, really helpful. Even though it's probably universal that teachers are already conducting virtual sessions with the students, it'd be great to really emphasize the teaching of concepts, because if this is done, it lessens the burden of parents having to struggle to explain concepts for which they may not have been trained to teach. It makes sense to have a certified teacher discuss these concepts with the students. There is one of the teachers at College Park, Ms. Chang in 5th grade, does a really good job with that, presenting great interactive lessons through her Google Meets using multiple modalities. And for English, probably the most challenging thing, and it's not just, I'm not just talking about this school, I'm just trying to help as many students as possible. The most challenging part is probably focusing on reading comprehension, interpretation, drawing inferences from reading. So I remember I actually was a student 30 years ago at Foster City School, and I remember a 5th grade teacher doing a really good job of, in class, so we don't really have time to read a passage, online, but students can be assigned the reading, and then they can, in the meet, be discussing those concepts, those comprehension, interpretation, inferences, those really specific high level critical thinking skills. And as parents, I'm sure we're all wanting to help with this, but since we're not certified, it would be great if they do something like that and really just have really a quality time with the students during these meets. And then in math, we've seen video recordings or interactive lessons where they maybe he's writing out a complex math problem by showing them actually writing that out, and so that they have a presence from the teacher, and then the parents can then support this. And it's been really effective, so that my students said it's like school at home. So I just wanted to just put these out there as just observations, and hopefully help make things smoother. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. Thank you for giving us time.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, the next person is Diana. Diana Liu. Diana, bringing you in.
Hi, everyone. This is Diana Luo. My husband, Eric Walking, is also on the line. We're parents to 2 kids at College Park. To sort of follow up on the prior parent's comment about specific learning, teaching in recorded videos, we have found that to be very useful. Our teachers actually do, I think, a very good job on that. So I do echo that sentiment. But our focus is a little bit different on more the actual touch-based aspects of the day-to-day teaching. It's incredibly important, and especially I noticed this in my younger child, when he has his 10 minutes with his teacher on a one-on-one basis, or in his 20 minutes in a small group, he is so much more motivated to learn. it makes his day, and you could just see him being so much more engaged. Again, this kind of touch base varies from what we found talking to other parents, and just even seeing our two kids in different grade levels, varies so much. Our second grade teachers at College Park have just done an outstanding job. It's literally like going to school but from home. The schedules, the rigor, the rigor of their programs, how they've set it up is amazing. That's above and beyond, I think, anyone's expectations. Some other grade levels have done much less. We've had teachers who have not made any appearances until week 5 of distant learning. So to me, I would personally like to see some more, I think, standardized expectations on what the teacher is supposed to do, and not just the bare minimum. Because my understanding is our teachers are expected to touch base once per week with the students. And to me, that seems to be rather insufficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Okay, bringing in the next person, which is Julie Yu. Julie? Julie, you might need to unmute yourself. Again, Julie Yu.
Hi, good evening. I'm a parent at Bayside. I have 6th and 8th grade boys, and I just want to say that I have been amazed during this whole distance learning time. All the teachers are doing such a great job. The principal is doing amazing communication with parents. I am also a staff member, and I absolutely know what it is like to have children at home and to also have the expectation and your heart want to help all your students at the time. And there's a huge variation, and technological learning curve is great, and it differs among staff members. So I just wanted to say during this week that all the teachers that my sons are lucky enough to call their teachers, and all of their old elementary teachers and all the staff, I want to tell you that you are doing enough. You are great. You are giving all you can. And thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate it. Okay, the next person is Jen Kaw. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm about to bring you in. If you could state your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. I just want to thank you all so much for the dedication you're bringing to this. I think the word of the year is unprecedented. We are in an unprecedented situation, and we're all trying so hard to deal with it with grace and empathy for families who are going through many struggles that sometimes we know and sometimes we can't imagine. We're all trying to work through this, and I appreciate the board's support for teachers in how we are trying our best to do what is best for students and families. And so I really appreciate your support. I also just would like to say it sounds like College Park has a really important situation, and it sounds like maybe they need to have a separate meeting with y'all. And so I thank you all for all of what you do.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, at this time, the last public comment is Julie MacArthur. Julie?
Hi, everybody. Julie MacArthur. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Baywood, and I'm the president of the San Mateo Elementary Teachers Association. I want to start first by thanking the board for your resolution. It really means a lot. I would also like to echo Julie Yu's comments and tell all of my colleagues who are listening that I am incredibly proud to work alongside you, and you have risen to an incredible challenge. And I couldn't be prouder to call you my colleagues. So thank you so much for all that you've done and continue to do. I do also want to just bring to the board's attention on behalf of my colleagues, and perhaps some who are misunderstood in their unwillingness to or inability to do Google Meets or to share videos. There is a legitimate privacy concern that many of our teachers actually share. We have been asked to do remote learning, and in many situations that has meant that we have been asked to really bring our students along into our homes. And so for a lot of us, that's fine and that's okay. I personally am okay with that. But I want us not to forget that, there's a couple of factors kind of combining together here. One is that rents are incredibly high. And so many of our teachers actually don't live alone. They share space with other people. The teachers who are living in studio apartments are being asked to invite students into their bedrooms, and that feels very strange to them, and rightfully so. And so I guess what I would just ask is of the board and of parents who may be listening, that if you feel like you're not getting enough from your teachers, trust that they are doing the absolute best that they can, and also trust that there are levels to this that are so complicated we haven't even thought of them yet. What a Zoom or a Google Meet might look like for a kindergarten classroom is very different than what it might look like in 5th grade or in middle school. And so I urge all of you to please not compare what one teacher is doing to another teacher. Teachers have a variety of home situations, their own children at home, things we aren't aware of. And so during Teacher Appreciation Week, I would just like to ask that we continue to handle the situation with as much grace and patience as we can. And once again, I would like to reiterate my esteem for the colleagues that I am working with. They have done things I think none of us imagined could be possible. So, thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, President Corzo, we have no other hands up at the moment.
Okay. I'll just wait a couple seconds in case there's one last comment. Please raise your hand now if you have a public comment. Okay, seeing none, I will be going back to our agenda. Public statements related to agenda items, persons will be called on at the appropriate time. And we are moving on to our foundation and committee report.
Okay, thank you. Today, in terms of committees, we had a sanctuary task force committee that was a meeting that was held today. It is a really great time to sort of check in with a lot of our educators and certificate and classified staff members who are actually doing an amazing job in terms of taking care of a lot of the families, students and families who have additional challenges. A lot of times we will get complaints about distance learning and, students not getting what they need, but there's a small segment of our community that also is challenged, whether it's, housing insecurity or food insecurity that we have, or even just everyday family life insecurity. I think that we've tackled sort of the technology stuff, although there still are challenges, but this is a great task force to be on, and we have actually decided to meet on a more frequent basis because there are so many concerns that are happening right now, and so we'll be meeting next week as well. When something does rise to the occasion that we really need to bring it to the board, either myself or President Corzo, who's also on the task force, we'll bring it forward for everyone to chime in. Additionally, was it last Tuesday, I attended virtually the City San Mateo Planning Commission meeting. where they discussed in the study session format the downtown affordable housing residential units that are going up on the old Kinko site and next to the railroad tracks. And so we have been good partners with the city of San Mateo on this in terms of trying to make sure that our staff and educators are considered in the affordable housing complex. And at the moment, they are going through the development approval process, and we will continue to follow it as it moves forward. Those are all the reports I have for now. Thank you.
Trustee Hitchcock?
There was a PTA council meeting, and they were very concerned about how to get out the love to their teachers during Teacher Appreciation Week. And so that was, you know, really sweet to hear that they care so much. And then the Education Foundation had a discussion, which I'm gonna let probably Shara chime in on that. And the CDAC is happening later today in this meeting. So that's what I have.
Hi. Okay, so Trustee Corzo, Dr. Rosas and I, we had a liaison meeting with the Foster City Council liaisons, and it was a great meeting where we just kind of shared both the needs of Foster City and the needs of the school district and what everybody's doing to help out during this time. So City of Foster City made grants to small businesses in Foster City, and they're now kind of shifting their focus on finding ways that they can help the students in Foster City. So we talked to them about our needs for hotspots and Wi-Fi service, and also the meals that were, I don't know if you can hear my kids, I'm sorry, if you can, and the meals that we're distributing at all the school sites. And so they are going to be looking at how they might be able to help us. I also watched the recent city council meeting for Foster City that was this Monday. They again talked about the same stuff. So it's great to hear that they're really looking at how they can help us. One other thing I just wanted to mention, because I know a lot of us have kids and looking for things to do, Foster City Rec Center has been doing a lot of family-focused virtual activities. So they're doing story time. I think it's every Wednesdays online, and some of our teachers are reading stories and different people in the community. So you can check that out. And they're also doing some like puzzles, different online things to keep people engaged. So just check that out. And I think that's all I have.
Okay, I have a couple updates. So Ed Foundation had a meeting last week, as Trustee Hitchcock was mentioning. A couple big updates from the Ed Foundation. So as hopefully everyone is aware, there's a big campaign right now to support us in closing the digital divide and to offset some of the costs that the district has spent on hotspots and all of the materials that are necessary for all of our kids to be engaged in distance learning at this time, which we know is really important. I actually don't have the most up-to-date numbers. I don't know if anybody else does. I know as of a couple of days ago, they were right around $80,000 that had been raised via that campaign. I'm not sure what the impact of Giving Tuesday was. So hopefully we saw a bump after Giving Tuesday, but definitely check that out. And if you are in a position where you can give to that campaign, we'll encourage you to do so. It's going to be really helpful for our district as we face an uncertain future financially for sure, and to help offset some of those costs. So that was a big update. There was also a conversation around some different models that incorporate unified PTA and foundation funding. And so just starting the discussion around what some other ed foundations and districts in our area are doing, and wanting to listen and learn from some of those foundations to see if there are models that that the ed foundation might want to explore, of course, in collaboration with our PTAs and district. So that was just the beginning of that. And then there was a discussion, as you know, there was Trustee Hitchcock and I are planning the Ed Foundation Gala for the fall. So we had a discussion about whether or not that was something we wanted to proceed with. At the time of the meeting, we actually made a decision that we didn't think we were going to proceed, and began reaching out to some of our vendors. We did hear back from our auctioneer, who I think, as you guys remember, is a former principal and has done a lot of work with a lot of our neighboring foundations. And Trustee Hitchcock and I were able to hop on the phone with him. He shared a little bit about the work that he's doing with digital fundraising, and that those galas, virtual galas, have actually been wildly successful. And many of those galas have actually doubled amounts that they've raised in previous years. And part of that is you're able to open it up to everyone versus a gala where you have to limit it based on size. And then, there's a lot of other reasons. So we're reopening the conversation about that being a possibility. As we know, and while we don't have specific numbers yet in terms of the impact of COVID-19 on our district, we do know that there will be impacts. And so the gala could potentially be a way for us to continue some of the programming that might be on the table to cut. And so I'll keep you updated as to what that is potentially going to look like and if we'll move forward, but keep that date on your calendar for now. And we will continue to talk to the foundation about that. So that's an update from Ed Foundation. Also, Trustee Corzo and I met with San Mateo City Council, I believe, since our last meeting. I don't know if Trustee Corzo, you want to share or you want me to share. I'm not sure if you had other. Okay. And please fill in what I'm forgetting because I don't have as detailed notes on this one. It was just a good opportunity to hear about all the things that are going on in the city and the ways that they're supporting our community. And, there's lots happening countywide, there's lots happening citywide in terms of various grant programs, work for small businesses, collaborating with our various nonprofits and organizations locally to ensure that we're supporting families and students, across our city. And so there was some discussion about the work that's happening there with the council. We were able to give some updates, on our end in terms of what some of our focus areas have been, the work that, of course, we've been engaged in terms of supporting our students, able to talk a little bit about actually the Digital Divide campaign, which began as a collaborative effort between some city council members on the city of San Mateo and our Ed Foundation. And so just giving some updates on kind of where that is and building those partnerships out. And a little bit of discussion kind of around construction projects that are happening at the city level, giving them an update that we had deemed our projects non-essential, knowing now that with the new order, they'll be able to move forward, but giving updates on that. And those are the big ticket items that I recall. So Trustee Corzo, if you have anything else to add, feel free.
Thank you. I would just add that Councilmember Lee had brought up the importance of really remembering to partner with and support our child care groups outside of our school districts.
President Corzo, my apologies on interrupting, but it sounds like your audio is cutting in and out. I'm not sure if this would be an opportune time maybe to get in via telephone, because that might work a little bit better.
Yes.
So if we could
can you hear me right now?
We can't hear you right now. It was a little bit like you were having maybe connectivity issues, but if you want to try to continue, that's fine. I just wanted to let you know that we were having a little bit of difficulty hearing you.
Thank you. Let's. I'll just continue while I'm trying to dial in. I'll try to multitask. So yes, Councilmember Lee had brought up the importance of remembering to support our child care partners out in the community, because they are a lot of them are really struggling, and we are going to need them when we are able to reopen. And there's already a lack of child care in our community, so just remembering to lift that issue up. And if you're able, and if you have child care outside of our school district, to continue to support those groups. And yeah. In terms of our Foster City Liaison meeting and the other ones that I've been a part of, I think everyone gave great summaries, so I'll leave it at that. And let's move on to announcements. You couldn't hear me?
No,
we don't have announcements.
Yeah, I don't have an announcement.
Oh, I get you. I'm like worried about the sound now. Okay. Seeing no announcements, we can move on to Superintendent.
Thank you. Most of my presentation will be during the COVID-19, the district's response to the COVID-19, but I did want to say at this time that I too would like to send a message of gratitude to our certificated staff. I'm honored to work with this team, and frankly, I couldn't imagine dealing with such a difficult time with anyone else. Everyone has been flexible, dedicated, caring, trying to help not only our students, their families, and one another. So it is with deep gratitude that I wish you a very pleasant week and wonderful weekend and year ahead. So happy Certificated Appreciation Week.
Thank you, Dr. Rosas. Let me get back to my agenda here. Okay. So with that, we will be moving on to our proposed consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be removed and discussed from the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent item is appropriate at this time.
President Corzo, I just want to let you know there is a hand up at this time. Oh, and it went away. Okay, my apologies. No, came back up. So I think Jen Call has something about the consent item.
Okay.
Hold on one second. Jen, bringing you in. Jen, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me? Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, you changed the whole situation. I'm so sorry. I'm so insignificant in this situation. I just, I was not able to hear the last communication of the last board member, nor what you were saying moving forward. And I'm guessing that others were unable to hear that as well.
Are you talking about the motion towards doing the consent items?
I'm talking about that, and I'm talking about before that. I'm not sure which board member was speaking, but I was not able to hear that. I'm really sorry.
So,
I am not one who wants to create wrinkles. I just wanted to
that's quite all right, Jen. We just wanted to make sure that there was nothing on the consent item specifically that you wanted pulled and to make public comment on and discuss. And then as far as, let's Superintendent Rosas, President Corzo, how do you want to proceed?
Yeah. I'm happy to respond to that very briefly. So,
President Corzo, I think,
if there is
my
someone
apologies for
that
interrupting.
is missed, please know that recordings will be posted online. And if
my apologies.
I'm going to call in right now.
Okay, I think that'd be best. Let's take a quick little break and then we'll be right back. Jen, while we're waiting for President Corzo to come back, was there anything specific on the consent agenda that you wanted to discuss and make public comment on?
I just was confused because I could not hear what she was saying, and I didn't think it made sense for us to, or you, wonderful, I appreciate you so much, for y'all to be making a vote if you also were unable to hear, and as participating community members, we like to know what was voted on. So without being able to hear what she was saying, it felt like a uncomfortable vote.
Okay, all right. So Jen, I'm going to make you back an attendee, and
yes, please. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be anything than that.
No, that's just fine. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Hello? Did anyone hear what I just read? I'm sorry.
No, we didn't.
Peter, you're
Sorry,
Peter, you're on mute.
forgot to hit the button myself. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear right now after you said hello. So it does sound like your audio is coming in nice and clear.
I'm sorry. I gave this whole response and nobody heard me. So let me just repeat. We have our agenda posted. The last thing we voted on was our resolution for our teachers. We did several other things on the agenda. There have been no votes. Seeing that we don't have any hands up for our consent agenda. I would ask that we make a motion to approve it, or, you know, any action from someone on our board, unless there is a comment for this specific item. Do I have a motion?
This is Ken. I will motion to approve the consent calendar.
This is Shara. I'll
Do I have a
second.
second? Okay, we're gonna do a roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock? Trustee Hitchcock?
Could you go on to the others and she'll be here back in a minute?
Trustee Proctor?
Trustee Corzo, I'm going to abstain from voting on this one. We're approving a contract for an organization that I'm on the board of.
Okay. Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes. And Trustee Hitchcock?
I'm sorry, I missed it. What are we voting on, the consent?
The entire consent.
Yeah, I make a,
agenda.
Yes.
Okay, so to clarify, we have 4 yes votes and 1 abstention. Okay. Moving on to item, 7.1, San Mateo Foster City School District response to COVID-19 shelter in place and distance learning update.
Okay, thank you very much. I have several people who will speak to this tonight, but I'd like to start us off. As we track COVID-19, I'd like you to know that the data is updated daily on www.smhealth.org. I've found this website very useful in monitoring our health progress. And you will see that that San Mateo County has 1,341 cases with 56 deaths as of yesterday. Now, thankfully, deaths in California are finally now in the decline. This is really good news. However, the virus is clearly still very much with us. Dr. Moreau, who is our public health officer, has said that we need to start to re-enter our society, reopen our society slowly, or we will have a resurgence. So we're very pleased with this progress. It means that we can keep moving forward with our plans in reopening our schools. We will, of course, continue to abide by any of the orders that come out. Along those lines, shelter in place is beginning to wear on all of us. You've heard tonight about how difficult it is for not only our staff, but our parents. There is a fatigue factor with it and a huge disruption in our lives. And some people, as was stated when you heard about the Sanctuary Task Force report, some people are struggling financially, food, shelter. So there is another site that I would like to suggest. It's www.smcgov.org. There are resources on that site for basic necessities. And please also look at our website. We have posted different resources, different ways to find support on our own website. So tonight I'd like to update you on actions that we've taken in our district related to COVID-19. I'd like to start off by sharing that we are now providing 1,100 breakfasts and lunches. They are in a grab-and-go bag that folks pick up, and we are now providing these lunches out of 5 sites. We added Sunnybrae to our distribution, and you'll remember that we were already serving from College Park, Laurel, Lead, and Foster City Elementary. Now, as far as student connection, you'll remember that by spring break, we had connected with all of our students. However, we're hearing about other districts losing connection with their students as this shelter-in-place order wears on. And in order to head that off, we have set in place a weekly protocol when a site feels that they may have lost contact with their student. They submit the name to district office personnel who will help determine why we've lost contact and re-engage our student and family. It could be related to many different things. We would go and figure out what's going on and get them reconnected. So reconnecting, as you know, in the world we're living in, is all about technology. So part of this contact is connecting through that Wi-Fi and Chromebook distribution. So it's a vitally important device. It needs to work. So Peter Kazanis, our Director of Technology, I would like him to give you an update on where we are with the distribution of Chromebooks and hotspots.
Thank you, Superintendent Rosas. Good evening, board. I am happy to present that we have issued approximately 3,200 Chromebooks to our families at this point. That's at data as of last Friday, which is the day after our last distribution day on Thursday. Also to that number, we've distributed about 900 hotspots to those families as well, trying to keep connected, make sure that they can participate in distance learning. I feel that we've gone through this sprint and now we're running the marathon. We're still continuing and we have a little ways to go. We still have identified about 1,000 Chromebooks that still need to go out. And again, our numbers have changed and fluctuated a bit. Initially, we did the technology survey that was sent out to all families to kind of indicate if they had internet access, if they had a computer, one or many devices in their home. And some of that has been reassessed, and we've been working with the school sites to talk with families and update our data, because there have been instances where people are like, wow, it's really hard to continue distance learning and not have a Chromebook. So we've been working with our school sites and families to the best of our ability. We have another distribution day for tomorrow. We've sent out messages via school messenger specifically to those that have needs that we've identified through areas and through communications of school sites. But we are continuing to press on, and we are continuing to look at acquiring additional hotspots, because there still is a need for hotspots, probably about 400 if I'm correct in my last numbers that I've queried. So I just want to also take this opportunity to publicly thank my staff, who have really worked really hard. They've been out in the sun all day, trying to do drive-through lines, trying to do walk-up lines, even trying to troubleshoot issues in a kind of social distancing environment, which has been difficult in some cases, but they're doing it. And I just wanted to seize this opportunity to thank them as well, because they really are doing a fantastic job. And we're going to continue on. We're going to keep on doing this and continue to try to service our families and get devices and hotspots to them as needed.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. The LCAP was put on hold. You know that we had completed a couple of our family engagements, but we still had 2 to go. And we suddenly were not allowed to gather. And so the government has decided that with the CDE that we are not going to be able to do what we need to do to finish our usual LCAP process. But we now have direction for something that we do need to do this spring to submit with the budget. And so I've asked David Chambliss, our Assistant Sup of Ed Services, to share what needs to be submitted this spring with the budget.
Thank you, Joan. Good evening, board and community members. So the report that Joan is referring to, based on Governor Newsom's executive order, is a so-called operations report. It's a very short document that we must complete that describes how we are making adjustments to our programs as a result of the move to distance learning. very specifically what have been our strategies and work around offering distance learning supports to students and families. We need to, in that description, identify the efforts that we're making as part of the LCAP work to reach so-called unduplicated students. So these are students who are coming from lower income families, who are English learners, and our foster youth. We also need to describe for the state our efforts to provide meals to families, as much like Joan just summarized. And then finally, we'll have to describe the ways in which we have readied ourselves to provide childcare support during the day for any essential workers. So this document, while short in nature, actually is going to summarize a lot of important work. And we're expected to get board approval of that report at the meeting where we approve our 2020-21 budget. And then shortly thereafter, depending on guidance from Dr. Morrow, of course, we'll complete our engagement efforts with community and other key stakeholders around our LCAP strategies and work through the fall to finalize that to bring to you in December our final 2021 LCAP.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, David Chambliss, our Assistant Sup of Ed Services. I am going to ask him to also address another area, but I do want to give a little context. So we entered distance learning phase 1 without any preparation, virtually no preparation, we just ran out the door. And phase 2 was more planned, but we know that there are some things that are working really well and some that aren't. We heard some families talk about some of the things that seem to be really working for them. And so we would like to capture those things that are working and those things that are not in a parent survey. And this, we've created a parent survey. The Equity Task Force has looked at it. CDAC has talked about what they would hope to see in it, that every child in the family, you can respond to how each child's experience has worked or not worked for them, so that we can then group this data and take a good look at how we're meeting the needs of our different student groups and at different sites, different grades. How is it working? Because as was mentioned this evening by our president of SMFCSD, kindergarten is very different than 5th grade. So what's working for kindergarten versus 5th grade? Now, this is an important survey, and the reason it's important is that I would love to be able to tell everyone that we're going to be done with distance learning at the end of this spring, and we will never see it again. But I am very much afraid that that's not going to be the case. The way they're talking about the reopening in the fall, it appears that it could be a blended program of brick and mortar, school site work, and it may be some online work. We don't know yet, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. But if we're really going to have to continue this, or if there's a surge and we have to go back into this, then we'd like to know what really does work. So I wanted to ask David Chambliss to explain a little bit about where we are with that survey, and if there's anything else that you felt I missed in telling why it was important.
Sure. No, you covered a lot of the detail. I would just add that right now we are in just the final translation phase of the document. So the English version has been completed, and we're completing the Spanish translation now, and also going out to our translation supports to look at translating it into Mandarin and Japanese as well. Our goal is to have the survey available for distribution for next week. I would just add that this is part of a broader strategy to shortly thereafter to do a teacher survey, and then ultimately a student survey, so that we can really triangulate is the phrase, work between the information we get from different stakeholders to understand, how distance learning is going for our students and our families. And I would add that to Joan's point earlier on, it's also another way that we can continue to gather examples of, of strong distance learning. And that, as we think about the summer into the fall, we want to strengthen our understanding of what works with distance learning so that we are implementing that as we go forward in the year.
Okay, and as I stated in the last meeting, we need to address grading and promotion ceremonies. Grading is coming to you tonight as an action item, and so I'll leave that for that item. But as for promotions, we are still gathering information on what is allowed. What I can tell you right now is that obviously in-person gatherings are not going to happen. And I feel strongly that we need to recognize our students in the moment. So we've talked with our principals, and our principals have talked with the families, and we do want to do something virtually to recognize the moment when students are promoting from 5th grade or 8th grade. So virtual celebrations are clearly allowed. And I know that fun ideas are already being created. If there are other opportunities that will be allowed, then we'll certainly get those out and share them with your principals and families so that they can make further plans. But right now, it's safest to plan a really solid virtual ceremony. So the next most enormous task in front of us is programming summer and fall reentry. Now, you know that I'm on the line with the other superintendents in the county 3 and 4 times a week, along with working with a task force that is setting up a framework for the return to school in the fall. So we are allowed to hold some classes this summer. However, there are very strict guidelines for the number of students that can be instructed in the brick and mortar setting with one staff member. Groups can't intermingle. There's a number of guidelines that are already coming out for the summer. So I'm working through those requirements with staff and should have a framework to share with our community in the next couple of weeks. But know that we will not be able to serve all students this summer in a brick and mortar setting. That is not going to be allowed. So we will try to bring together a summer program that is in the site, but also some type of potential online option for families. Now, as for the fall, again, there seem to be some very strict guidelines, and all students will not be allowed to be on all sites all day, every day. Dr. Scott Moreau, our public health officer, is reviewing the framework that this task force that I'm on has created. It's 38 pages at this point. We've broken all of the fall re-entry into categories, and he is reviewing it to ensure safety. The safety for our staff and also safety for our students and their families. So our administrative team knows the different categories that will have to be worked on, and they're choosing different aspects that they would like to be involved with. We're not going to start any work until we're sure of the parameters that Dr. Moreau is going to set out. There is no use in heading down a path and then simply have to stop and restart. So we will have a firmer understanding of the fall scenario in the next couple of weeks, at which time we'll break into our subcategories and we will start presenting information to our families. But it is a very difficult project, very complex. I do plan to hold coffee chats because I had told you I would do that so people could ask more questions in the easier format than this. The dates are going to be, and we will get this out with links, but the dates are going to be Tuesday, May 19th, Wednesday, May 27th, and Tuesday, June 2nd. They'll run from 7 to 8. And I realize that there may be questions beyond that, so we'll use the chat box. And if people have questions that I can't get to in that time, then I will prepare answers that we can then send out through, because other people will have the same questions. So we'll use that as a launch for a parent letter. So with that, that brings me to the end of our most recent update on district response to COVID-19.
Thank you for that presentation. Do we have any clarifying questions from the board?
Yeah, yes, this is Ken. I have a few questions. One, in terms of the Chromebook distributions, Peter, I don't know if it was in the last presentation, but I believe we had district-wide something like 5,000 Chromebooks. Is that more or less so? And so by our count, we distributed 3,200 with another demand for another 1,000. So that's about 4,200. Do you expect us to basically exhaust our inventory within the next couple of weeks if we saw the demand?
I could answer that, Peter. I could answer that. I think that what's important now at this point, what's happening is that families are realizing that all of their children cannot be on one Chromebook. So when they first sent in a note saying that they had devices, they did have devices, but it wasn't enough. So I think we're getting closer to being at a place where everyone has a device and is ready to go, is able to get on. But I'll then turn it over to Peter to see if you had any other thoughts on that.
Right. I mean, with our first distribution days, we had, those first ones that were at the middle schools, we had lots of people coming in, and our third distribution day was also, again, lots. And I'll say that last Thursday was 700 Chromebooks that we issued. So it's tapering off a little bit. I also will say that Measure K has helped, and appreciate Measure K. We just received our last order of Measure K Chromebooks, which also is about 432 Chromebooks that added to our kind of Chromebook fleet. So I think we're in an okay position in our current environment for the number of Chromebooks that we have. Again, the biggest issue for us, and I think it's for a lot of school districts that are trying to provide hotspots for families, is just inventory of hotspot devices and acquiring them in a reasonable time frame. And that's the hard part. I mean, I'm still working on it right now for additional distribution days. So that has tended to be the most difficult. Yeah, I mean, that's where I would say we were at. I think we're tapering off, and we're going to still try to address the need to the best of our ability.
No, thank you, and thank you for all of your work and your whole department. I know that this is a huge task just to try and make sure that everyone can access the technology as we're in distance learning. For the parents that I've spoken to, yeah, a lot of them, as things have settled in and morning meetings, sometimes the morning meetings for multiple kids are exactly the same time. So, if you have one computer, then that's a problem. So I know, and some people have had issues with Mac versus Chromebook and all that, but I'm glad that we're on top of it. I just, I'm concerned once we start hitting that 5,000, once we exhaust our inventory. But that's hopefully won't happen. The second question I have is related to the parent survey. I think it's fantastic that we're actually about to go out. I know that we've talked about this and heard comments about this in the past. And I'm glad that we actually have gone through and had the Equity Task Force look at it and really taken a thorough look at the survey. Because I would say that if we went out the first week of phase 2, I bet you some of our comments would be different from when we go out next week. My question is in terms of the length of the survey, are we looking at an extremely daunting survey that people are going to get like survey fatigue, or is it sort of a quick sort of pulse of the parents, what's going on? And I'm just curious in that respect.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a little more than quick, but not fatiguing. The one challenge that we have is because we know that different students have different experiences sometimes. That if a parent or a family has more than one child in the district, we wanted to offer them an opportunity to give us feedback on how each of those students are experiencing distance learning. So if a family has a single child in the district, it's at most, I think, a 10-minute survey. If it's more than one child, it is a bit longer.
Okay, thank you. And then the timing of that, you said it was in the final translation stage, and then would probably go out next week or so. Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. The last question I had was about the fall. And of course, in terms of the fall, there's just a lot of questions going on. There are a lot of unknowns. But I just wanted to recap, Dr. Rosas. Right now, you're on a task force with the county, with a number of other superintendents, and you're submitted a framework for Dr. Scott Moreau, to review. And he's reviewing that 32-page sort of framework. And then once we sort of get it back, as it tweaks, we'll start developing a plan. And I'm assuming certain backup scenarios as well, because of course things could change. And then in terms of the timeline of the sort of the public release of what our plan would be, I mean, I don't want to put you on a spot and say like, yeah, you'll let everyone know next week, but I would assume that it's going to be like at least a month, maybe a month and a half, 2 months before we actually publicly say what our plan is for the fall. And then will that come back to us at a board meeting?
Yeah, that is something that we were talking about also. When would we really know what this would look like? And they are talking about it taking into July. Into July. So what I'll be able to do though is share what are the areas that are being reviewed, why we're doing certain kinds of things. But they are talking about the fact that there will be ongoing review of this framework, and we can go down a path once he gives us the go, but we may have to change some direction depending on what happens with the health department. So I know this is a very confusing answer. I know this isn't exactly, what you want, like May we're going to do this and June we're going to do that. But in my mind, we will get the framework back in the next couple of weeks. And a real shout out to Nancy McGee, County Superintendent. She's been taking all of the ideas from the different superintendents and creating the framework that she is working with Dr. Moreau. So in May, we'll have that. And we are breaking into groups in May, June, our administrative team to take apart all these pieces and personalize it to our schools, our district. And we do want to work with our high school district because we have kids who are in both school districts. So we want to do some coordination there. And then by July, should have a fairly robust plan ready to go. Now, don't hold me to that. That's what I'm hoping.
No, I appreciate that. I know that obviously the fall is in some ways on a lot of people's minds. We happen to be, of course, one of the last school districts to end into late June. And then in theory, we were one of the first districts to start in early August. So there's a lot of unknowns going to the fall. And I just appreciate the fact that I know that you are working on with the task force and county superintendent and Dr. Moreau. And thank you for that. And I guess it's just to be determined, but I appreciate that those comments. Thank you.
Welcome.
Those are all the questions I have.
I was wondering, as for the survey going out, is it more going to be closer to the week, or are we looking at towards the end?
Right now, excuse me. Right now, our goal is to send it out on Wednesday. It's important to get the as many translation versions available to us. So we're trying to nail that down right now. We're a little dependent on our vendor for turning some of that around. So, but our goal is to push it out next Wednesday.
Okay, thank you. And just to hop on what Joan said in regards to fall planning, I know we jump on county calls 3 times a week, and she's on way more than that. And so it's not necessary, you know, she can't give specific answers because she gets changes and directives from the county and state all the time. So I just kind of want to put that out there so people understand that it's not us just kind of dilly-dallying with decisions. It's coming from the county and state. So
yeah.
I don't have any questions at this time. I had my hand raised. All right. I have a couple questions. I had one question. When thinking about the LCAP process, thanks for the update on kind of what that's going to look like. I was curious how the change in process impacts, because it's tightly aligned to funding and budget and making determinations about how we're spending our money, particularly for students who need additional support and resources. I was just curious how it would impact. I know there's lots of unknowns as well, kind of given the discussion we're just having about fall, but how it will impact funding distribution.
Yeah, we're, I mean, fortunately we have had, we had 3 of our community engagements in advance. So we're working from some good feedback there. And then I think it's a good wondering. I mean, part of the challenge we're going to be looking at, obviously information is coming out about the coming budget issues at the state level and how that's going to impact us. So at some level, it's a good opportunity because we're going to get the information about the pending budget cuts and looking at those, and then having an opportunity to complete our engagement and actual writing. So, so the adjustments that we are going to need to make both to the strategies as well as the budget, which would come at first interim, it really gives us the opportunity to actually have a more authentic and collaborative a process around those choices.
Okay, and so I guess just to clarify, so then any supports and services that were in place for this year as it pertained to the LCAP then would kind of carry over until we make decisions about how to pivot. Nothing would be withheld because we don't know how we're going to pivot. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's my understanding. Particularly, we are on the other side of March 15th notices and all those kinds of processes. Right. So we've made our commitments, especially to our people, and so then we have to think about what are non-people strategies and costs that we may have to make shifts around.
Awesome. Okay, great. Thank you so much. A couple more questions. I did have a follow-up question on the survey. Glad to hear, that'll be going out soon, and appreciate the work on translation. That's really important so we can reach as many families as we can. Curious as to the thinking around using the data. Is that something that we are hoping will impact distance learning for the remainder of this year, or are we hoping that this will kind of impact planning for fall, a combination of both?
Yeah, my hope actually is, to get the survey information back, and there's sort of layers of reporting that we can do, and so I'm anxious to get some initial reports out in time that we could think about the last few weeks of school and giving people feedback about what families are experiencing, and then I think importantly it will help us think about the fall.
Great. And then just in terms of, I know you talked a little bit about timeline for the survey for parents, and then you mentioned other stakeholder groups that I agree really, really important to get feedback there. Do you have anticipated timeline for those, or is that still?
Yeah, So we're reaching out to leaders, both from our bargaining teams, our labor leaders, as well as district and site staff. So I'm shooting for the teacher survey to be available the week following the family survey would be ideal. And then probably very shortly thereafter, or if not almost at the same time, would be the student survey.
Great, thank you. And then Dr. Rosas, a question for you around the summer school. I know that there's a lot of, now that we have a little bit more clarity around what the parameters will be for kind of what that would look like. I'm just curious as to if you guys have thought at all about the parameters around who will, I guess, be able to attend, or what that process will look like because I anticipate lots of people would be interested in that. And so just curious as to if you know anything about parameters there.
So we know one of the parameters is that it's 12 students to 1 adult max, and that the 12 students cannot interact with another 12 students, and they have to be spaced out. So there's a parameter right there. We also need to work with staff who would volunteer to teach summer school. So we will probably be looking at our students who we feel may have lost the most time. Maybe they didn't have technology when we started up, and maybe they didn't get it for a number of weeks, or they've fallen behind in the distance learning. So we will be reaching out to some of our students who are in that category. I could say that everyone, and I'm sorry, there will also be, of course, ESY as written in the students' IEPs. So there'll be ESY also. But if you ask any parent, I'm sure they're going to tell you that their children need summer school, and we won't be able to provide that. We won't be allowed, and we won't have the volunteers that are willing to teach during the summer. So what we would like to do is provide some online options. Now, I know that that's probably not what everybody wants, but we're trying to see what else we can offer during the summer. As Ken said earlier, one of the things that is different about our district is that we do have a very short summer. So we end late and we start early. So we're basically talking about the month of July, a little bit of August, and we're back. So it is a short period, and our summer school program is about 18 or 19 days. So that's what I can tell you right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to need to step out for 1 minute. Excuse me.
Okay.
Can I ask another question regarding the survey?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, why is it the teacher survey comes a week after the family survey and then the child one after that? I feel like that's a really long process, and getting feedback quicker might be more beneficial.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, it's just a question of the opportunities to engage with stakeholders in the development of the survey. We got a good jump with support of the Equity Task Force on the family version, and so that got going sooner. I want to make sure for the teacher one, it's important that we get an opportunity to have a wide variety of input into that, and so just in terms of managing the development of those surveys along with the supporting of distance learning. We just felt that we had to stage it. I think actually the student survey, I'm optimistic we could probably push out the student survey at the same time that we do the teacher one. But there is some staggering just to manage the flow of the work.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the questions on it, is there an opportunity for, like a comment section for them to express?
Yeah. The design is, there are a lot of questions which ask people to talk about their, strongly agree to strongly disagree, sort of that kind of, and then following that is a text box that asks them if they would like to provide more detail or explain, please do. And that's on virtually every item. So if a person really wants to spend a lot of time per item, there's a lot of opportunity for qualitative feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? I don't have any questions. So why don't we go ahead and move on to public comment for this item?
Okay, President Corzo, we have one person for public comment, Julie MacArthur. We have two, but I'll bring Julie in first. And Julie?
Hi, Peter, thank you. Actually, just really briefly, I wanted actually to publicly thank your team. I know you were thanking them. On behalf of all of the teachers, I really do want to thank the tech department. We couldn't do what we're doing without you guys, and you did a miraculous job of really getting us up to speed, making our Google Classroom openings seamless. And so in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, I also want to appreciate you and your team publicly, because really wasn't cool and we couldn't have done it without you. So thank you from the bottom of all our hearts.
Thank you, Julie. Okay. We have Amy. Amy, I'm going to bring you in.
Hi, thank you. This is Amy Fickenshire. I just wanted to ask, first of all, thank you everybody for everything that you're doing. Everything is very different right now. Joan, as you're telling us about summer school and some of the restrictions that will be put in place for very understandable reasons, I'm wondering what that means from a special education perspective for inclusion opportunities and for students who require one-on-one support, and what that looks like for related services, being pushed in and pulled out, and different staff seeing kids from different cohorts. You're smiling because these are the questions I'm going to ask, but thank you. Those are just my questions that I'm hoping are being addressed in those larger conversations with other superintendents and districts. So thank you.
Thank you, Amy. All right, and next we have Winnie. Winnie, bringing you in.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I'm not sure if this is the right forum, but I heard you guys mention about the summer schools and perhaps the SED students. Again, I know that we are bringing some SED students into College Park, and was wondering, what are being perhaps, any program or anything that the board or is discussing to help support these for a transition into a 50-50% Mandarin immersion program. And when we're talking about summer schools, and if they're going to start, it would be great if there is some sort of program, for to help them do a transition into our school. And I think that would be really helpful for them.
Thank you, Winnie.
Thanks.
Okay, we have Kayla Castro. Kayla, bringing you in.
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead, Kayla.
All right. My question is for Joan. Due to the summer and fall social distancing, how would we, my child is a preschooler, and I would like to know how we would be social distancing preschool and kindergarten kids. I know you're smiling and laughing because that's going to be a question coming up, but in my eyes, children need to be around other children and they cannot not social distance. It might be easier for older grades, but my concern is for the younger grades. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, President Corzo, at this time, we have no other attendees with their hands raised.
Okay, any final thoughts or comments from the board?
This is Ken. I also, just echoing off of the last comment, public commenter, I think we all know, for many of us who have had young kids, that a lot of preschool and kindergarten is socialization, and I think it's going to be extremely difficult. And I don't have the answers to that. I don't know if you, Joan, if you have it, but that's a tough one. Just overall, I would just really like to say I really appreciate how all the work that everyone's been doing on this issue. It is, what was the term someone else used, was, yes, it's unprecedented, and that's the new, the everyday phrase in some ways. Having this on our agendas as a regular item has been really helpful. I think that in comparison to where we were a month or maybe a month and a half ago, where things were changing by the day and somewhat, where we had meetings every week, it does seem like things have sort of slowed down and we can sort of catch our breath a little bit, and also make sure that we're planning for all the needs of our district. And so I really appreciate all your work and everyone else's work, the whole district staff. I know that we had talked about, I think it was like 3 meetings ago or so, where I expressed how proud I was to be part of this district. And I will say that there's a lot of planning and a lot of hard work that people have been doing. And I am very proud to be part of this district. So I want to thank you for that. I do want to say that, just my experience as a parent, every week is different. And every week we've gotten more into a routine, and whether it's the morning meetings or the small groups or everything, and you can really see from week to week how much our teachers are really putting in the effort and how much they're working, and it's amazing. And so I'm just going to reemphasize one last thing, because it's Teacher Appreciation Week, is that I really do appreciate everybody and everyone's hard work on this, because it is definitely unprecedented and is a difficult situation that we're in. And like I said before, I know we're just sort of in the middle, and we still have fall to think about. So so those are my comments, but thank you for everything that you guys are doing.
Trustee Hitchcock? Oh. We're going to go in order, unless, let me actually, sorry, my participants. There we go. Do you have any final thoughts, Trustee Hitchcock?
No.
No? Okay. Trustee Proctor?
Yeah, just briefly, I wanted to thank everyone again for this presentation. I always look forward to this update every meeting. And I'm just also really looking forward to the survey responses that come out from the families and teachers and students, and getting a sense of how everyone's feeling and where we can take some action. So I look forward to that, and I thank you all.
Trustee Watkins?
Couple of things. I just had a couple of follow-ups on summer school, or I guess comments. I appreciate Dr. Rosas, you sharing a little bit more around kind of how we're going to hone in on students. We've talked a lot on this board about equity and our commitment to that. And I think, this is one of those times where we really have the ability to think about our students who we know were not being as successful as they could be when we were in brick and mortar, and this has exacerbated that and made that more challenging for a lot of our students for a variety of reasons. And so prioritizing that in our summer school, I think is going to be really important. I would love to hear a little bit more about kind of what that looks like as you get a little bit further on, how we're identifying that, sort of what is the criteria. You know, you mentioned some areas such as access to technology. You know, I'm just curious as to kind of how just to make sure, yeah, just to have a sense of what that will look like kind of once you guys get a little bit further down that path. And then, you know, kind of just to echo a couple of comments, I think it will be important for us, you know, really to think about all of the ramifications and of course implications. And I know that we are around kind of social distancing. And then we think about, you know, knowing that our students with special needs are one of the groups of students that we've been focusing on, and, you know that this is exceptionally challenging in this environment for many students with special needs. And thinking about kind of as Amy mentioned around just related services and kind of all of the things that come with that and what that looks like. So I think it'll be great as we have a little bit more information, you know, of course, to communicate kind of how we're thinking about this and all of that. So looking forward to, and I don't know, do you have a sense of timeline on that when we might have a better sense of kind of what that will look like to be able to communicate to families?
Probably in the next couple of weeks, 3 weeks, because I just want to make sure that I really am clear about what the protocols have to be for students and to be safe, so that I'm sure about the numbers of students. And but I think that within the next couple of weeks we'll get closer. And I do want to clarify one thing. I do know this. They can go in cohorts of 12. Okay, so they can go in cohorts of 12. Those 12 can play with each other. The thing is that 12 can't play with the other 12. So it's all the recess and how does lunch work and all of those things. So that's another reason why I need to spread all the kids across the district so that they can get to the playground. And, you know, so there's a number of things. So I would say give me a couple, 3 weeks to work on this more. And I'll bring back another report on May 21st. For your board meeting, so you'll have an update, and then we'll, as soon as we're really pretty clear, I'm sorry, my dog is joining us. As soon as we're really clear, we can put something out to our families.
That would be great. And I you know, I'll also take this as another moment just to shout out all of the teachers who are going to engage in this, you know, and support our kids. And, you know, I think everyone's really uncertain about, rightfully so, and kind of as was mentioned, I know, you know, our county health officer, Dr. Moreau, has been very clear around that, you know, while we are starting to loosen some things very, very slowly, we're not in a position yet where we're safe, you know, where we're just, it's okay to kind of be back out and about. And so, you know, I understand that we all understand that there's some risk associated with beginning to convene again. And so, you know, it's a very appreciative for all of the educators that are kind of putting themselves on the front line for that, right, you know, first. And, you know, for our kids. And it just kind of goes to show, it's just another example of just the dedication to our kids and our students first and foremost. So just want to take a moment to appreciate that. And then also to echo what some of my fellow trustees shared around just, you know, thanking everyone, all district staff. I know Peter's gotten a couple of shout outs tonight just on all of the work. I know, you know, there's been a lot that you've all had to do and a lot that you've gone above and beyond and done. And I know I personally have asked a lot, you know, and I've really appreciated all of the quick turnaround on requests and, you know, just as we continue to just strive to do better and better and service our kids better and better. I'm just appreciative for just the willingness and positivity with which everyone has approached that. So thank you. And there's of course work to still be done, and we know that. And we're continuing to kind of to go out and ask folks what that is, and so I appreciate that too. So
thank you, Trustee Watkins. I will just add briefly that it's not an easy task in normal everyday life, right, to support students of all needs. But right now, we definitely do have some students that, whether, now they have the technology that they need, but what they don't have is the parent that knows how to use the technology, or a safe, quiet place to focus on it, or, just so many of those pieces that are really important for students and learning, and where school was that safe place for them before, and they don't have that right now. So I am deeply grateful to our teachers who are really holding that right now, and providing extra support. And just because a teacher isn't reaching out to you or your student doesn't mean that they're not helping a student elsewhere that has a lot of needs. And I did want to just share something that Joan, you had shared in one of your updates to us, is the fact that our county has been seeing less reports of mandated reporting, and how concerning that really is, because that doesn't, in a time like this when there's more stress, more anxiety, more mental health issues, the kids that need support that normally would have a teacher to advocate for them, or to ask, that extra support be given to that family, those kids aren't being supported in that way right now. Those warning signs aren't being seen as clearly, aren't being as reported. And I just want to say that, just people can sit with it for a second, because it is part of the reality of what is happening in our community and to some of our students right now. And that's really heavy. And our teachers are the ones that are, closest to it in a way. But, I just want to recognize how resilient our kids are, because, they're going to make it through, and, but it doesn't mean that they're not going to need more support afterwards. So I just want to, I say that to just bring light to how big of an endeavor it really is, not just going through this situation right now, but I like the way the county has framed it. There's the, oh my goodness, I can't remember now, but basically there's the phase that we're in now, which is the phase that we're in now, and then there's the recovery piece afterwards, right? So we're just trying to get by right now while we're in it, and then afterwards we also have to recover. And so there's gonna be a lot of work to do, and like we've mentioned before, inequities are becoming more visible. I really hope that we kind of get more data through our parent survey and all of our surveys to be able to to see more clearly where our students need the most support, and to think differently about how we can do that. So thank you for your presentation, everyone. And let's move on to resolution number 271920, grading during emergency school closure, COVID-19 distance learning.
So in this period of time that nothing is the same, grading also has to be looked at. And so I'm going to turn this over to our Assistant Sup of Ed Services, David Chambliss, who has been working with our SMETA leadership and also with administrators in trying to look at where we go with this. And more conversations need to be had, but we need your conceptual approval of the path that we would like to head down so that work can be continued with our staff, the teachers who need to know what kind of grading protocol are we enacting during this period of time. So I'm going to turn it over to David to give you some background, tell you about the suggestions that staff have made, and take it away.
Thank you, Joan. So just to say, the resolution language that you have before you tonight is the recommended language coming from staff after we have engaged with a variety of stakeholders across our schools. And as you notice, it establishes a broad framework, guardrails, so to speak, within which we then want to sort of balance that with the expertise of our teachers, our professionals who are working closest with our students. I think the goal of the resolution tonight is to sort of clarify, broadly speaking, that framework, and then know that there is, as Joan mentioned, important follow-up work that we will do to actually implement that framework and develop the guidance for our teachers. So let me speak specifically to, we are recommending to you tonight language for our elementary schools where we talk about reporting on work completed, as well as providing a narrative of students' participation and performance during distance learning. A lot of questions have been raised about, well, what are those narratives are going to look like? And, we have to acknowledge that we have different kinds of distance learning going on, and we have very different ways in which students are engaging in that distance learning. So one of our goals in developing guidance is to work with our teachers and site leaders to provide some example narratives, taking sort of different types or cases of situations with students. We could imagine a student who shows up every day in a Google Meet, but is less frequently turning in work, to a student who's there every day, always turning in work, to a student who attends infrequently and has turned in little or no work. So we want to make sure that we can provide our teachers with some examples and even sentence starters, as you would, that can help them think through what that narrative would look like. It's important as we're working on this in this new context. Teachers have established ways of providing feedback, and some of those have nested very nicely into the ways we're doing our distance learning, but some are brand new, and teachers are developing new ways of providing that feedback. So it's important to us, again, that we're tracking, what kind of feedback is being given, what's working and what's not from the teacher's point of view, and gathering those best examples so that, again, as Joan has sort of previewed for us, the fall is going to have some similarities to the spring. How similar we'll be able to say in a few months, but we know we're going to need to take the learning we do now around grading and providing a feedback to bring into the fall. So then with respect to the item on middle school grading, you'll notice that we are recommending language that says that teachers will provide a pass or an insufficient evidence grade to students. And we've had a lot of discussion about this, and trying to first, as we've been guided by the state, holding the importance of no harm as a result of the grading at this time. And a lot of the discussion has turned on, where we think about students who are struggling. A lot of the challenge with giving feedback is the lack of evidence that students aren't submitting work, or we're struggling even to connect with them. And so the idea is just to simply have language that acknowledges that's what we've experienced in distance learning, that either a student has engaged in a way that allows us to say you are passing, or has not engaged as successfully, and so we have insufficient evidence. I want to assure you that this question of holding harmless needs to be attended to very carefully. So as we identify students we think might be receiving an insufficient evidence mark, our leaders are saying they'll work closely with their teachers and make sure we're really clear about what extenuating circumstances might be involved. I think importantly, one of the things that we are saying in the case of students who receive insufficient evidence, this actually will not prevent them from progressing to the next grade. And for our 8th grade students, it will not prevent them from participating in whatever sort of promotion activities we land on. So the staff is committed to that. And so given that, I refer the resolution to you for your questions and discussion.
Thank you. Trustee Chin, any clarifying questions? Trustee Hitchcock?
No, thank you.
Trustee Proctor?
I had a few. For the elementary, like TK through 5, I guess, report card or whatever we call it. Typically, like there's numbers given to the different, like the standards, you'll get like a met or nearly met. Is that going to be part of this at all, or it's just like a narrative? Okay, so
Yes, no, we won't be. There'll be a little modifying of our current report card template, basically just to acknowledge where work has been submitted, and then emphasis on the narrative.
Okay, and then for the middle schoolers, I guess I just wanted some clarification on what gets somebody an insufficient evidence. Would it be like strictly somebody who hasn't been showing up to like their Google Classrooms and turning things in, or would it be someone also that's turning things in but getting things wrong? I'm just like, is effort part of this?
Decidedly more the former and not the latter.
Okay.
We're emphasizing the the presence in the classroom and the participation, and not right at this time the overall quality. Now, just to say, teachers are kind of assignment by assignment. They're providing students with feedback, and in the various ways that they've been doing that typically. But when we talk about the final report card grade, we're going to focus most heavily on sort of the degree of participation.
Okay. I'll just say one thing that I did find, I guess I just figured it out, or I've found challenging up until now, is like I haven't been going on my kids' Google Classrooms. They do their work and I'll help them if they have questions. And so some of their teachers have started to like put more comments, and I've been going in and reading those, and I'm able to help a little bit. So I just would say as we progress through the next month or so, I think letting people know that there may be feedback on assignments from teachers that maybe gives people a little bit better idea of where their child might be struggling or where they're excelling, rather than just waiting till the end. But otherwise, thank you.
Trustee Watkins?
No clarifying questions.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to public comment.
Hey, President Corzo, we have 2 for comment. Jen Kaw. Jen, bringing you in. Okay, Jen.
Jen, I think you need to unmute.
Okay, I'm wondering if it might be a technical difficulty. All right, Jen, if you can hear us, I'm gonna take you out, and then we're gonna try and bring you back in. Okay, next is Deb Friesmeyer. Deb, bringing you in.
Hello.
Yes, Deb, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yay. All right, I'm Deb Friesmeyer. Hi there. I'm an 8th grade English teacher at Bowditch Middle School, and I am here speaking on behalf of Bowditch teachers. And Peter, I want to reiterate to you and thank everyone involved for the entire tech department for your hard work in getting Chromebooks and hotspots out to our families in need. I do want to say, however, that this very generous act is not necessarily a quick fix, and we cannot stop now in creating equity for our students. As a middle school population, we are extremely frustrated that it has taken this long to find a resolution to the question of a grading system for this final quarter of distance learning for this year, especially considering we've been back in 2.5 weeks, spring break. Excuse me, as you realize, our current learning environment does not replace the in-person experience. As Trustee Corzo just explained and reiterated, and therefore students should not be held accountable to the same standards that they were held to prior to distance learning. And this includes levels of learning, quality of work, accountability. Most students rely heavily on the normalcy of a regular school schedule, the mindset of being in a physical classroom, the everyday individualized attention and contact from their teachers, and most importantly, of course, in middle school, the support of their classmates for motivation and support. We need to recognize that for so many, it is extremely stressful to learn and complete work in isolation. So during these times, we want to allow for flexibility and leniency. We need to take into account, we need to be culturally competent and take a trauma-informed approach as we determine how our students will be graded and assessed for this quarter and potentially in the fall. For now, though, we believe that for this quarter, fourth quarter, 19-20 school year, we believe that using a credit, no credit, or as was mentioned, insufficient evidence, this type of point system will encourage students to participate in their online classes. And in fact, we think that it will motivate students to participate, not because of a letter grade, but because in these times, it gives them that feeling of normalcy, it gives them something to do, and they really do want to learn. So while our students and staff have risen to this challenge, we continue to grow together during this crisis. We believe it is of the utmost importance to focus on mental health and well-being of our students rather than grades. So the model that we at Bowditch currently agree on is that of assigning points to codes, credit, CR credit for 100%, incomplete for 50%, and IE for insufficient evidence, which would be a 0. We would use this code and point system for both assignments and the cumulative grades at the end of the year. And that would work out on School Loop as well.
Deb, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes is up. If you could wrap up your thought, please.
Okay. We're thinking that this credit, no credit, or insufficient evidence with the incomplete as the interim allows students to turn in their work, and then if we're seeing that there's this, they're not, following instructions, or we know they can do better, we're going to pop that back to them through Google Classroom, allow them to resubmit for credit, and we're being very lenient on our timeframes, and we really just want everyone to feel successful. And so at Bowditch especially, we have a community that is really focused on grades. So we want to take that focus away from grades and just really allow the focus to be on being and learning in this really, as crazy times. We think that it will alleviate the stress of not just the teachers, but of the students. And it allows students to do their work and help maintain some structure and routine to their accomplishing their schoolwork.
Thank you, Deb. That's okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, our next person is Lauren Mansfield. Lauren, I'm bringing you in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lauren.
I have a 6th grader and an 8th grader at Bowditch Middle School. Their experience, for the most part, has been fantastic. So I would like to thank all the teachers. I just wanted to say I'm a huge proponent of the credit or insufficient evidence. I think for everything that Ms. Friesmeier said, I agree with. It's not just the motivation of teachers and the peer motivation of being in a classroom that motivates the kids, but I don't think we can underestimate the amount of kind of mental health trauma, sorry, that these kids are going through right now. I know we have good days at home, we have bad days at home, and it's hard to watch these kids having to deal with these issues, not seeing their friends, worrying about grandparents, even if they're not kind of impacted directly, they're hearing about it in the news, they're writing about it in, blogs that they're at, or like journals they're asked to write about. So it really does take a mental toll on them, and we can't expect them to perform to the same standards that we would kind of pre-COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Okay, next person is John Wu. John, bringing you in. John?
Sorry, I just realized I had to unmute myself.
Yes, you
I like the district's policy of encouraging engagement. I think I saw that somewhere at the beginning of distance learning. Keep the kids engaged regardless of whatever. And in that concept, I like to see the district encourage engagement with enthusiasm, which I think Trustee Proctor alluded to or was talking about when she was mentioning feedback, having more feedback on assignments. I think it would be good if in that connection with grading, at the same time, we acknowledge the strength of the student, even if they're doing work that may not be on point, whatever, but everybody's got strength. If we acknowledge that, I think it would be on a par with engaging with enthusiasm and would be good for feedback. And I also agree with Jen Kaw, sort of like taking the grades, have it somewhere under the rug. It's totally irrelevant. So thank you very much for letting me offer my thoughts.
Thank you, John. Okay, and we have Andrew Aquino. Andrew, bringing you in.
This is actually Jennifer Aquino, but I have a 7th grader at Burrell, and I just want to echo everyone else's sentiment about removing grades. I think there is so much learning happening for students and for teachers in terms of how to connect and provide meaningful feedback and meaningful work, and it's a learning process for both sides. And I think we've seen my daughter's grades run all over the map, and I think this is partly because teachers haven't gotten guidance about what to do with grading, but it's been really demoralizing for her to log on and see her grade drop and go up, and all by herself at home. There's no connection to the teacher. Several times we've emailed teachers and not heard back from them for like 5 or 6 days. And I think, I don't want to put the blame on the teacher. I think they're dealing with a lot of students working remotely, and that's challenging in terms of communicating. But I would just even encourage on School Loop that grades be removed entirely. that maybe it just shows assignments turned in, and we take off the credit, no credit, or insufficient evidence, because I think any terminology you use around that can be demoralizing to a kid who's already feeling either depressed or that they aren't really able to focus in school right now. And then I think in the fall, this gives you enough time to figure out how to deal with grading at that point.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. President Corzo, at this time, there are no other attendees with their hands raised.
Okay. Any other public comments? Please raise your hand now, or we will be moving on. Okay. Moving on to final thoughts or comments from the board. Oh, I'm sorry. I see a public comment.
We have a public comment. Pierce, I'll bring you in.
Let's take it.
Go ahead, Pierce.
Sorry for the delay there. I'm muting. No, so I hear the other comment very clearly about the importance of removing grades from school loop. I don't know what the right decision is, but I do know that there is also an argument for the opposite of that, which is that some students don't really kick into action until they see a 0 come up. And so I'm wondering if enough communication around the idea that all grades can be turned in, and that, a few zeros doesn't mean anything, and that alternative assignments can be done, and all that, really emphasizing not worrying about the grade, but at the same time leaving some sort of cumulative feedback up there as kind of a metric for them, it might be helpful. I don't know, again, but I know that I have plenty of students who, don't really want to get moving until they get a little nudge from the parents, which happens after they get a notification on School Loop. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierce.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to final thoughts or comments. Trustee Chin? No? Trustee Hitchcock?
Yeah, what everybody has stated in terms of showing grades, not showing grades, going to credit or no credit, it's a tough decision because every child is different also, and what works best for them, for half the students, doesn't work for the other. And so I trust our teachers and staff that have been working together to find the best solution for our children.
Thank you. Trustee Proctor?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the comments that were provided on this, and I appreciate that went into kind of developing a grading system at this time. I think that I've said this before, but I think this is just a really hard situation for so many different reasons. I think focusing on kids' mental health and staying connected to their teachers and their friends is really important at this time. Families are just going through so many different things. So I really appreciate the thought that went into this. And I listened to the high school board meeting, and it went on and on and on. And I really like the way that this has kind of taken into account really the needs of most of our students, and that this isn't really a time to focus on whether you are getting a good grade or a bad grade in these classes, and just doing what we can during this time. And we will get back to in the fall figuring something out, but I think at this time this is the right way to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Watkins?
Yeah, thank you to everyone that's collaborated and worked on this so far, and will continue to work on this. I know, this will be the beginning, and there will be more development that happens. It's definitely an important decision, and I'm in agreement with kind of where we stand as a district with this right now, and the decision we've come to. But I do also just want to say that we can make a decision about to potentially help address inequities in grading.
but it doesn't address the root causes that that lead us to this decision. And we heard a lot about those tonight, and have heard about a lot of those for weeks, and we acknowledge all of those. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, as we're engaging in this discussion and decision, which is important, that we are not losing sight of kind of the root causes that have vast implications. And so, you know, we are working within an equitable system for a variety of reasons. We heard from about, you know, challenges that are faced by our educators and why not all instruction might look the same right now. We know that all of our kids are not having an equal experience, that you know, they're working, not all of our kids have access to instruction at this time. I know we're working really hard to reach all of our students, supporting our students who need the most. And I want to be sure that that really guides us. One small concern that comes up for me, and I know that this is not where we are, that we are all going above and beyond for all of our kids, but I want to make sure that our expectations don't change with this, right? That we're still pounding the pavement to reach out to all of our kids, and, you know, the plan that we have in place. So, you know, just because we have this option now, and I know that that's not an intention, but just, you know, wanting to flag that. And then just wanting us, you know, one thing I thought about as we had the summer school conversation earlier is just around the insufficient evidence, and that potentially being one piece of data to inform summer school around where we don't have evidence. And so we know that kids are not receiving as much as they potentially could be, and that being potentially a data point for us to inform both kids who might be invited to summer school, but even potentially fall decisions, because I think that we can look at that really through an equity lens as well in terms of our kids who are going to need the most support when we come back in fall. So those are just some of my thoughts.
Thank you. I will just add that I know this is well, I'll just say this. I understand that there's been a lot of collaboration with our teachers to come to this recommendation. I really appreciate the insufficient evidence piece that was added, because I do think that's important to note that distinction between credit or no credit. So I appreciate that. And this is something that a lot of districts have had to grapple with. I appreciate I somewhat feel like the fact that our high school district went through such a long meeting on this topic you know, before we did, kind of helped us be more aligned and more prepared for this recommendation and to move forward with it. But I do think it's the right thing to do. So I'm in support of it. And with that, I move that we support this resolution. Do I have a second?
Second, Rebecca.
Roll call vote. Trustee Chen?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
Okay, and yes from Trustee Corzo. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to resolution number 28, 1920, denouncing stigmatization, hateful racism, and xenophobia during COVID-19 pandemic.
President Corso brought this resolution to our attention at one of our previous meetings. She had seen it being passed by other city councils. So we took a sample that was passed by, I believe it was our city of San Mateo, one of our cities, city of San Mateo, and we tailored it to our district, because in our district, we do indeed work with our students to ensure that they are supportive of one another, and that they understand that this kind of behavior is not acceptable. And so I didn't know if you wanted to speak to that a little bit.
Sure. Yes. So this came to my attention definitely from our city council's leadership, but San Mateo City Council leadership, but also after seeing information out there, like in news articles, but also just locally from our specific area, our district, of graffiti, really hateful comments, graffitied in public spaces that are just not okay. And so I did think it was important to support the movement in our county in calling this out and bringing attention to it. And I also just feel called to recognize the fact that this specific resolution is geared more to a certain community, but there are also a lot of current events happening right now that are not okay. So for example, I want to say it was in Georgia several months ago, there was an African-American man that was jogging and that was basically murdered by 2 white supremacists, and they were not arrested or held accountable until activism and advocacy from a lot of different, from basically all over the country. And so I share that just to recognize that that's also part of the reality of our society, and these kinds of things, when they happen, really need to be called out, and you know, we need to stand against them. So right now we're going to be, you know, hopefully passing this resolution, but I do think that you know, it shouldn't be I mean, I wish we never had to pass another one, but the reality is that these kinds of things continue to happen, and I hope that that I actually commit to working on others for just to bring awareness to our community and really call these things out, because they don't just happen elsewhere, they also happen here. And we, you know, we need to stand up for our kids, and we need to teach them that these things are not okay. And it starts with us as the leaders and with us as the adults and role models. So that was part of my, part of the motivation for bringing this. And do we, I'm wondering if we should perhaps read it, then take public comment, or ask questions if there are any. Actually, this is like a kind of unique topic, so why don't we start with clarifying questions? Maybe we read it at the end. No clarifying questions? Anyone? Okay, so why don't we go ahead to public comment?
Okay, President Corzo, we have 2 people for public comment. Alice, I'm going to bring you in right now.
Hi, I'm a school counselor at Sunnybrae, and I just want to commend our teachers and staff. Everybody really came together. They're spending an incredible amount of time basically walking through, getting on Google Classroom step by step with our families. There's a lot of translation efforts. We have such a high population of low SES status and Spanish speaking students, so there's a lot of outreach going, and we're really just honing in on the safety and the basic needs for our families right now. And our principal, Aleda, you know, brought lunches to Sunnybrae, and she's contacting a lot of family. But for me as the school counselor, I think, you know, when this started, it was really hard for me. It came to an abrupt stop. So much of my job happens literally on campus. I don't know how many little in-person meetings I have with families, check-ins with kids, and I don't get many email, phone calls, honestly. And so for families to be able to reach me, they don't really know to call and then press my extension or what my extension is. And to email, we don't have families that are super tech savvy sometimes, and so to not have a phone number or be able to use dial pad or have to block my number or call from a randomly generated number from Google is really hard. As a counselor for, during this time, to have families be able to reach out or ask their kids to talk to somebody, it's been really challenging, and I know for the other counselors as well. So I would really hope that in the fall, when this continues, that there's an easier way for families to be able to reach out, at least during our school hours, than the steps that it takes now. It's hard to say, I'll call you back since I can't give you my number, and then just hope that we can get in touch with them. So I'm very proud of my position and my school and everything that's happening, and I appreciate all the efforts on the district's behalf and with counseling, and thank you so much, because I appreciate being in this district.
Thank you, Alice. Okay, we have Jen. We're going to try to bring you in. I see your hand is up. Let's bring Jen. Jen, are you there? Jen, if you're speaking, you need to unmute yourself. Okay, maybe we still are having technical difficulties.
Peter, it may be, are you able to unmute her? And then, like, you have to unmute on the phone and on Zoom sometimes.
All right, I can do that. I usually try not to for privacy reasons. I usually ask that the people do that, but would you like me to do that, President Corzo?
I'm not sure now that you bring it up like that.
Well, it's one of those things that just in my career, working with video conferencing applications, it's one of those where I'm just like, okay, if she can hear us and if she's technically able, the ability to unmute is provided to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always hesitant about hitting that button. Jen, if you can hear us, could you please try to unmute yourself? We'll give you another shot. Okay. All right, Jen, all I can say is if you can hear us, if you have any specific comments about this topic or kind of practice has been during technical difficulties, if you'd like to email those comments to the superintendent, she will make sure that it becomes part of the public record, okay?
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, but if there are any folks that want to comment, please raise your hand now, or we will be moving on to our discussion and final thoughts. Okay, so do we want to read this resolution, trustees? I believe that we should. It's a little bit longer, but let's go for it. Let's read it.
Are we, shall I start then? Okay. This is resolution number 28, 19-20. Whereas fear and uncertainty around COVID-19, coupled with hateful political rhetoric at the federal level, has led to a sharp increase in violence, acts of racism, and stigmatization of groups of people, notably Asian Americans, and
whereas the World Health Organization, WHO, has indicated that attaching locations or ethnicity to the disease is dangerous. The official name for the disease was deliberately chosen to avoid stigmatization. The CO stands for corona, the V for virus, and D for disease, and 19 for the emergence of the disease in 2019. It is not a Chinese virus, Asian virus, or Wuhan virus. And
whereas stigmatization represents a serious threat to our collective emergency response to the pandemic, it further
furthers dangerous and false information about how COVID-19 spreads, misinforms people's perception of risk, and repeats mistakes in our own history during past emergencies when racist and xenophobic sentiment targeted vulnerable groups. And
whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, asserts that stigma associated with COVID-19 may currently be affecting persons of Asian descent, people who have traveled, and emergency responders or healthcare professionals. And
whereas incidents of hate against Asian Americans is increasingly documented in the Bay Area. And
whereas Asian Americans, immigrants, and healthcare workers cannot be made the scapegoats of COVID-19, and Asian Americans do not represent a greater risk of spreading COVID-19. And
whereas medical personnel that are on the front lines in caring for patients with COVID-19, our neighbors, our relatives, and our friends, must be provided our unwavering support as they sacrifice so much to continue to work through the pandemic. And
whereas the World Health Organization states that stigmatized groups may be subjected to social avoidance or rejection, denials of healthcare, education, housing, or employment, and physical violence, and also indicates that stigma can result in more severe health problems and difficulties controlling a disease outbreak by driving people to hide the illness to avoid discrimination, preventing people from seeking healthcare immediately, and discouraging them from adopting healthy behaviors. And
whereas the Stop AAPI Hate Center has gathered over 1,000 reports of anti-Asian discrimination in just over 1 week, established by San Francisco State University, Asian American Studies, Chinese for Affirmative Action, and Asian Pacific Planning and Policy Council, it continues to receive about 100 incidents a day. And
whereas these incidents ranges from shunning and verbal harassment to workplace discrimination and physical assault, a large percent involves spitting and coughing at Asian Americans. The reports reveal that virulent anger and hostility are now directed at Asian Americans. And
whereas the San Mateo Foster City School District is a diverse community, more than 26% of our population is of Asian or Pacific Island descent. And
whereas the San Mateo Foster City School District routinely celebrates its cultural diversity and is now extremely concerned for the well-being of our families that might be facing discrimination. And
whereas the San Mateo Foster City School District feels that it is important to address all forms of discrimination. And
whereas the San Mateo Foster City School District addresses discrimination, hate speech, and stigmatization on a case-by-case basis and through programs such as positive behavior support and intervention and restorative circles, and through social emotional lessons, advisory lessons, random acts of kindness, kindness week, and assemblies. And
whereas the San Mateo Foster City School District will continue to promote anti-stigma messaging through its communication channels, including the website, social media, letters, and more. And
now, therefore, the San Mateo Foster City School District hereby resolves that it does stand united against hate and denounces stigmatization, hateful racism, and xenophobia during COVID-19 pandemic against particular groups of people, notably Asian Americans, immigrants, and health workers.
Adopted by the governing board of San Mateo Foster City School District at the regular meeting held on the 7th of May, 2020.
Thank you. And do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes from me. Thanks, everyone. Okay, moving back to our agenda. Actually, I would request that we take a really quick break, maybe like 5 minutes or 3 minutes. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. My understanding is we kind of need a bio break right now. So let's take 5 minutes and then we will return.
Okay, if everybody could just mute and make sure your camera is off, we'll be back. President Corzo, you are muted.
Sorry about that. Okay, it looks like we are back. Let's go ahead and move on to our special education update.
So I did want to remind us that before we went out on distance learning due to COVID-19, we had asked for a team to come in and look at very critically at our special education program and to give us some of their thoughts on how we might improve. So we received those recommendations, and you had a presentation in one of your board meetings. Now, since that time, we got started on some pieces, and suddenly we're in this world. So work has continued to go on. Much of it is programmatic work that will take time, but there are things that we have been able to complete and are definitely in process as we speak. And so we would like to share where we are, and I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Sarah Drinkwater. She is going to start us off, and she has some guests tonight who are going to present.
Thank you, Dr. Rosas. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm happy to be here this evening and to share with you the status update and work we've been doing relative to the audit related to the special education program. I will be joined by 3 others with me this evening: Alma Ellis, the Director of Special Education, Amy Fickenshire, who's the Chair of the CDAC Committee, and Stephanie Fermeni, who is the Principal at Meadow Heights Elementary here in the district. I am also projecting our PowerPoint presentation, so I will move to pull that up now as they join me. Hopefully you can see this. And as I mentioned, there will be 3 others joining me, so we will all get started. So a few outcomes that we have for you this evening are to review the 6 audit areas for improvement from the team of auditors that came in. We want to communicate the audit findings and priorities of improvement, priority areas for improvement that have been suggested by different leadership groups, and then share with you preliminary work on those recommendations, some of the status of those priority recommendations, and specifically then in the areas vision, communications, staffing, curriculum and professional development, and fiscal. So if you remember back from the presentation of Dr. Kloot and Mr. Lucas back in February, they combined their recommendations into 6 areas. One of vision, one of communications that spoke of communications with families, communications within the department, and across the district. They had recommendations in the area of staffing, as well as curriculum and professional development. Procedures and compliance was an area looking at sort of procedural processes that are within the special education department, and then looking at some of those procedures related to special education legal compliance. And finally, there were recommendations in the fiscal area. Total across those 6 areas, there were 66 recommendations. And those different 6 areas had a different number. There were 3 recommendations within the vision area, and some of the curriculum and procedural areas, there were perhaps 11 or 12. So a total of 66. We have staff who've been assigned to each area, and I am using a specific tracking system to monitor the work. What I want to highlight this evening, though, that this work is about systemic change. As Dr. Rosas mentioned at the very beginning, this is something that is going to take a little bit of time. We will see progress now over the next year, and then really probably hit our stride in about a year to a year and a half. We are really looking to make fundamental changes within our department that will so positively affect our district. So I wanted to reiterate that as we go through some of these, it may appear that it's just a isolated, perhaps recommendation, but they all intertwine and interrelate and support the program and foundation of the Special Education Department and services for families and students. So a particular tracking sheet that we are using, some of you may be familiar with Smart Sheets, similar to Google Docs or Excel, but it's something that I find easy to use myself. And so this is just a visual of what the Smart Sheet looks like. We have all of the 66 recommendations categorized in the different areas. You can't see the whole thing. I wanted it to be large enough so that you could at least get a sense of that, and color coding as we move through them. So I wanted to provide that for you. Next up, Alma will share with you some of the communication and prioritized actions requested by leadership groups. Alma?
Good evening. Hello. Hi.
Go ahead, Alma.
Good evening, Madam President and Board of Trustees, Dr. Rosas, and the community. I will be presenting on the special education audit sharing update, as mentioned by both Dr. Rosas and Dr. Drinkwater. In February, the results of the special education audit was presented to the board by our auditors, Sandy Clute and Jack Lucas. At that time, our CDAC chair or co-chair attended or had access to the February board meeting where the results have been presented, but the goal following the board meeting was to further discuss the outcome of the audit in the CDAC meeting scheduled in March. However, both district and a chairperson and co-chair person decided to reschedule the meeting as we were transitioning to distance learning at that time. The role of the CDAC in the implementation of the special education audit will be discussed in the CDAC meeting scheduled in May. The special education audit results also have been shared with the administrators at one of our leadership team meeting in February, and a week before we received the shelter-in-place orders. The special education leadership team also met and reviewed the audit results. SELPA was made aware of the SPED outcomes in March, and the finalized report was shared in May. It was expressed to SELPA that the results of the special education audit will be considered as an additional data source in developing the special education plan and the CSAS plan, or the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services Plan, to address program improvement targets and findings on disproportionality. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you, Sarah. Prior to the completion of the audit, the special education leadership team asked different stakeholders to provide priority areas. And the priority areas actually aligned with the recommendations outlined in the special education audit report in the areas of vision, communication, staffing, compliance, professional development, and fiscal, as previously mentioned by Dr. Drinkwater. Ms. Amy Fickenshire will share the CDAC update after my presentation, and Ms. Stephanie Fromeni will also share an update on the vision, or the drafted vision, that the inclusion cohort actually worked on to provide the framework of the cohort's work moving forward. In the area of staffing, the stakeholders unanimously identified the need to address the RSP and psychologist caseload. I know that Dr. Drinkwater will give us more details in terms of the updates when we reach the staffing and compliance part of the presentation, but suffice to say at this point that apart from projecting the caseloads for next school year, we also are looking at the service minutes in student IEPs and comparing it to the caseload numbers in order for us to appropriately determine staffing needs. In terms of communications, we have established a 2-day turnaround time to respond to emails and phone calls. And then if you can go to the next slide, please. There was a common demand for a behavior training for paraeducators and the development of the special education handbook. So we are trying to establish a consistent implementation of special education processes and procedures that actually can be addressed through the special education handbook. We have started collecting processes that need to be addressed and be included in the handbook. Our next step would be to identify the table of contents that will be included in the handbook and a structured timeline relative to the development of the handbook, which will be implemented in the next school year. Transition agency contracts to HR, we will have more staffing updates as in Dr. Drinkwater's presentation later on. And as we have reported in previous board presentations, the special education leadership team has been reactivated. In terms of the updates on communication, which will be on the next slide, I have to say that the implementation of the 2-day turnaround time is still in progress. I cannot say that the special education staff has been diligently returning phone calls and emails within 2 days, but we are really trying hard to adhere to that protocol. And this was mentioned in the earlier presentation. Our special education organizational chart has been published on the website, and we are continuously updating the chart as we encounter changes in staffing. Holding regular job-alike meetings with special education staff, that kind of took a pause because of the shelter in place, but we will reconvene the cohort meetings as we progress. And in fact, we have initiated the all special education staff meeting, which from now on will be happening every last Tuesday of the month, so that we will have calibrated response relative to special education processes and procedures. We also have initiated meetings with SMEDA. I know I've had at least 2 meetings with our SMEDA president, but the baton has been passed to our special education liaison. And I've had ongoing or regular meetings with the CSEA president, which again was paused because of the shelter-in-place orders. We acknowledge that there are a lot of areas for growth and we have a long way to go, but we intend to engage in deeper conversations with stakeholders. It is our intent to actually maybe engage in more in-depth problematic analysis or root cause analysis of the findings that functioned out of the special education audit in order for us to move forward with a more robust strategic special education plan that will affect the systemic change that we are aiming for. With that being said, I would like to thank the board for their time, and I would like to introduce Ms. Amy Pickensher to share with us the CDAC updates.
Thank you. So we started doing our mission and vision work with the CDAC prior to the shelter-in-place order. We've drafted these statements and brought them to our larger group for review at the January CDAC meeting. We will have a finalized version to bring to the meeting, which is next week, and we'll take a vote to approve those statements. In terms of our work on bylaws, we have a governance subcommittee that met in late February and reviewed a draft of the bylaws. We'll be bringing a second draft to next week's CDAC meeting for review with hopes to vote on them at our June 2nd meeting. For our April meeting, we were supposed to have a meeting on March 24th and it was canceled because of the shelter in place. And with the move to distance learning and the need for families of children with special needs to have a place to voice their concerns and get their questions answered, we requested that the district add a CDAC meeting and for the district to provide an FAQ type presentation regarding special education services, IEPs, and distance learning. We held this meeting on April 21st via Google Hangouts, and there were over 130 people joined onto the call at one point. We took public comments and also asked that if questions or comments were very specific to a child's IEP and individual services or situation, that the parent complete a confidential Google form. Questions and comments submitted through this form went to the special education admin staff and were assigned to staff members for follow-up. So we found that both the online format of the meeting and the use of the online comments and questions form allowed for many people to, number one, just attend the meeting. We're a very impacted community, so having an option to join online I think was helpful for many families who may not have been able to attend an in-person meeting. And number two, it gave all of us a place to voice concerns and questions. So moving forward, we will continue to utilize the Google form as an option for public comment in conjunction with our future meetings, and are looking to find a way to make meetings available via live stream once we're able to meet in person again. Before I give a website update, I want to talk quickly about the next meeting, which is on May 12th at 7 p.m. And at this meeting, we will work to prioritize recommendations from the audit as per the audit recommendations to guide the work that the CDAC will do in May, June, and in the fall. CDAC has created a communication channel for families of students with special needs during distance learning, and we hope to continue to reach a broad group of families in the district to make meaningful impact on special education. Sarah, if you want to go to the next slide. Thank you. So the special ed page now has, you can see along the left-hand side under special education, there's a CDAC little tab, and included, first of all, in the special ed page, the general special ed page, it has those organizational charts that Alma mentioned to help people know who to contact with questions and concerns. That was feedback that we started receiving at the beginning of the school year, that people didn't know who to talk to. So that is officially on the special education website. And then on the CDAC page, which is still in progress, it includes contact info, meeting dates, and also the recording of our April meeting. And we'll continue to update that with more information and resources as we go. But we've done a lot of work, and I'm hoping that the work we've done, especially last month with this move to distance learning for the rest of the school year, has given people a real opportunity to voice their concerns and make sure that our special ed community feels heard. So with that being said, I believe I am handing off to Stephanie Fermeni. Thank you.
All right, good evening. So we had a small team of administrators that were having ongoing conversations about inclusion prior to the performance indicator review. And then once that information came out, an administrative team was formed, and that consisted of Annabelle Kazemi, principal of George Hall, Christian Rubalcaba from Laurel, Amanda Gall, the assistant principal at Foster City School, and Carrie Hazelton, the administrator for our preschool programs. And then also in this team was Sarah Drinkwater, Alma Ellis, Tracy Berliner, Jocelyn Perlow, and Kathy Mugen, who were program specialists. And so our purpose was to come together as an administrative team, support one another, share ideas, and collaborate on what this could look like for our district moving forward. And we also felt strongly that we wanted to share our thinking with our cabinet level administrators. And most importantly, we felt that this was the right thing to do for our students and for our district. And that was the driving force for the work that we needed to do moving forward. And so what this led to was creating a draft vision statement. And so we worked on the language for the draft vision statement, and then it went to cabinet and they had input and feedback. And here is the draft statement. And then in early March at one of our administrative meetings with all of our management team, they had an opportunity to see this draft statement and give feedback on it as well. And the intent was that we would then go out to various stakeholders, certificated, classified, CDAC, and have an opportunity to view this draft vision. And obviously we went into shelter in place. And so I'm sure we're going to come up with a plan on how to move forward with this, but this is the beginning of the work and where we're at this point. And I wanted to just say finally that this has been incredibly rewarding for the team that's been working on it. This opportunity to collaborate together and learn from each other has been invaluable. And we're all really looking forward to continuing the work when we get back to our new normal.
Thank you, Stephanie. And thank you too, Amy. As I'm moving forward through the next slides, the focus will be from some of the 6 areas of recommendation from the auditors and some of the work that is happening within those 6 areas. So under staffing, Alma mentioned earlier about reviewing RSP and school psychologist caseloads, looking at the number of IEPs as well as service minutes. And review has happened as we're planning for school year 2020-2021. And due to increased caseloads and the need for more teachers or special education staff, we have already hired 2 psychologists, one that will be targeted for our preschool assessment team, which has the number of assessments has truly outgrown a team of 1 or 1.5. We have hired already 4 RSP and SDC teachers combined, and 2 of those RSP teachers will be new and supporting the caseloads at 2 middle schools that have had very high caseloads. In addition, and I smile and very happy to share the hiring of 2 speech-language pathologists. Speech-language pathologists are very vital for special education services, though the majority on our team are agency provided. And it is so wonderful to know that we will have 2 staff joining our district as district staff. And we are in the process of looking at hiring some more, but I wanted to share that specifically about SLPs. Alma mentioned earlier about transitioning agency contracts to human service or human resources. And this is something that is currently in progress. And transition and having HR involved with us will help with recruiting, with retaining, going through the hiring process, and it will just be nice to work collaboratively with them and have them, that staff be involved with some of the agencies that we work with in supporting our students and services. You might remember that at this time last year, probably, or maybe closer to the end of the year, we were awarded a local solutions grant. And from that grant through this school year, there has been tuition assistance and mentor support and guidance and training for for special education teachers. And so the Local Solutions Grant continues in 2020, 2021, but it has been valuable for us to, as they say, grow our own and begin working with them and help support them as they move through their schooling and training. One of the recommendations from Dr. Kloot and Mr. Lucas had to do with supporting inclusion work at schools that have quite a few SDC programs. And so going into the next school year, there will be 2 inclusion TOSA positions spread between George Hall, Laurel, and Meadow Heights. There'll be one at George Hall, and then Laurel and Meadow Heights will share the other one. This will be important and supportive positions in those schools to help train paraeducators, to help with inclusion of special needs students in general ed classrooms, so supporting general ed and special ed teachers, co-teaching, as well as help with the management and facilitation of communication with parents, IEP meetings, those kinds of things, because with additional self-contained programs, along with resource RSP programs, that's a lot to do and a lot of IEPs that happen and meetings with parents. There was also a recommendation for mentors for new teachers and administrators. That was something our district already was involved with. When new administrators come on, they are assigned a mentor who helps support them through their first year. And we also have the new teacher mentor program where new teachers, including special ed teachers, are also assigned mentors. Related to the area of curriculum and professional development, Alma mentioned earlier about sort of a very great request or assertive request about behavior training for paraeducators. And so that came from the special ed leadership team. And with that information, starting in January and continuing with those additional professional development days in March and April, there were specific training offered for paraeducators from district staff and also staff from our local county office of education that looked at behavior training skills, de-escalation skills. And so that was moved on very quickly, and paraeducators signed up in great numbers to attend those trainings. In looking at the collaboration or supporting inclusion on the general ed side and special education side, Tracy Berliner, as part of our Wednesday PD, has had offered a class in the fall for elementary general education and special education teachers about inclusion, and had initiated and had several classes for the middle schoolers starting in January, but with the shelter in place has not been able to finish that class on Wednesday afternoons. But it is a wonderful class, starting with a person taking a look at themselves and their values about inclusion and thinking about when they were included at times in their lives and when they were not included. I was able to attend and participate in some of the elementary classes offered in the fall. She did a very wonderful job. The special ed leadership team, as Alma mentioned earlier, did conduct a needs assessment related to program and curricular support. There are administrators on the leadership team, special education teachers, preschool, special education, etc. And so each of those representatives went out to their colleagues and gathered information that was included in the needs assessment. And so that's how that was conducted through the special ed leadership team. There has been requests and desire from our teachers, and it was also noted in the recommendations about the use of consistent curricula across special education. And this work has been initiated. I had shared with you earlier about the SPIRE and Sound Sensible reading intervention program that there has been training on for special education teachers. In addition, RSP teachers and some self-contained teachers participated in benchmark training. In order to align IEP goals to the general ed curricula, they need to know about benchmark and what is happening in the general ed classroom. Our students with more significant needs are using the learning system, and we will need to provide ongoing training for teachers and as new teachers enter our district each year. Procedures and compliance is another one of the 6 areas. And some of the things that have been initiated and are still ongoing, some of the things Alma already mentioned, the monitoring of the RSP caseloads. If caseloads go over the caseload limit, we are to provide information to CDE and also find relief and for that teacher so that students' needs are met on their IEPs. Monitoring school psychologist assessment caseloads, initiated the new positions that I mentioned earlier being filled, specifically one for the preschool team. Special Education Procedural Handbook is one that Alma mentioned that is in process. What has been happening is program specialists are sort of drafting chapters or sections that need to be fleshed out this year when they are working with teachers or determining what might be needed in a procedural handbook, with work happening this summer in order to have a procedural manual for staff in the fall. In terms of some legal and compliance support, Alma, since she has come to the district, initiated a regular meeting with our attorneys that support the special ed side of the house, if you will, and utilizing their time more efficiently and regularly. And with that comes summaries of findings so that Alma can share with program specialists and teachers how to prevent recurring errors. So that's been very helpful that there is a regular connection with the attorney on a regular basis, and it's very supportive to Alma as well. And lastly, in the fiscal area, some of the recommendations, one related to sort of reviewing what related services we are contracting with agencies and seeing about hiring district staff. Related service providers such as occupational therapists, physical therapists, and speech and language therapists are difficult to hire. There are programs that do not have many graduates who are going into work in the K-12 field. But again, as I mentioned, we have really worked hard to recruit and hire in the speech language pathology area moving into the next school year. We already have an employment incentive and a stipend for RSP and SDC teachers of $2,500. That's part of the bargaining agreement to support the extra work and time that those teachers put in. There was a recommendation about a more efficient tracking system of agency positions, and that's where the business office and HR coming in and transitioning some of that work to those offices will help support special education and really tracking what agencies we are contracting with and who belongs, what staff belong to those agencies. And just recently, Sue Weiser began investigating a tuition support program for SLPs with San Jose State University, and that's just in the initial stages, but that would be wonderful to have a local program that we're working with that speech language pathologists then would come in and become part of our district staff, similar to the local solutions grant in growing our own. So again, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is a systemic change for special education services, departments, and services in our district, and will requires involvement of support across the district and outside with our families and stakeholders. And as Alma mentioned, what we're looking for is a robust and efficient and quality program in San Mateo Foster City School District. So the 4 of us would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Drinkwater. Do we have any clarifying questions from our board? Trustee Chin?
No clarifying questions at the moment, but I do have a comment for later. Thank you.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Comments for later, no questions.
Trustee Proctor? I was curious when we can see the full report from the auditors that has the 66 recommendations.
So we have received that report, and we can provide it at you at any time.
It came in the middle of all the COVID chaos. So I have it, and I'll make sure and get it out to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sarah,
Trustee Watkins?
Can you take down your screen so that we can see everyone?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I know for the inclusion work, they're provided an overview of the vision next steps pending COVID. I was curious as to if there are next steps for, I guess, like a larger inclusion committee. It sounds like this kind of sprung with site leadership working on vision and district leadership working on vision statement. But know that the inclusion work, of course, will include other stakeholder groups or need to include that. And so I was curious as to if there were thoughts around that at this time, or if not yet.
Yes, that is a very good question, and one that has come up in the inclusion cohort group. You're right, Shara, that it started internally even before I came to the district, or right about the time that I came, that the principals that are involved in the group had begun conversations about it. And now that we're at the place of looking at mission and vision, we will need to move out to all of those stakeholders, and had the plan related to CDAC initially, and then we'll need to retrace that and reorganize and perhaps bring that forward to CDAC at the June meeting. But we will need to make a plan to reach out further than just the inclusion cohort group. Stephanie, did you want to add anything?
No, I think you covered it. We spent a lot of time kind of thinking about how we would do that next step, and that was in March, and then here we are now. So because we know we can't do this work without everyone's input and listening. So I think that's where we're at, and we'll need to think about how we might be able to do some work between now and the end of the year, if not next year.
Great, thank you. And then, oh, I just lost my train of thought. I knew I had one more question. Oh, I was wondering if you could share a little bit in more detail, Dr. Drinkwater, around kind of the prioritization and how out of kind of the recommendations, I guess you guys got to sort of the areas that you shared about this evening.
Those priority recommendations actually came from the outside, the other groups. It wasn't internal to special education. The special ed leadership group had some priority desires, and so that's where they came from. And CDAC related to their work around mission and vision and initiating that group. And so it was from the side outside of the special education department that the priority list came. Alma, do you have any other sharings about that?
No, pretty much. It just so happened that the priority areas that the different stakeholders identified separately aligned with 5 out of the 6 priority areas that came out of the special education audit. And then maybe Sarah, regarding the inclusion cohort, you actually facilitated a SWOT analysis as the next steps while we were actually developing the draft of the inclusion cohort vision.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, no clarifying questions for me. Do we have any public comments on this?
Yes, President Corzo, we have currently 2 hands up for public comment. Anya, you're first. I'm going to bring you in.
Hi, thank you. I first off want to just thank everyone for all of the hard work they're doing. And, you know, I know this takes a lot of work and a lot of resources, so thank you. In regards to the CDAC, I especially want to thank you for providing an opportunity to make sure all the parents have their voices heard and that they have, you know, a place to talk and a place to hear the information. But I did want to raise the concern that the link did not seem to get sent out to anyone in the district. It seemed to only get sent out to the parent end. Just to mention that in the past, it seemed to be open to the entire community, and this time it seemed to be only sent to one half. That's all.
Okay, Anya, thank you very much. Randy, bringing you in.
Hi, good evening, board members and cabinet. So the issue that I would like to speak to refers back to something that I brought up. This would be back, I think, the March 26th meeting when I requested to comment on a consent agenda item. Now, I've gone back and taken a look at how those comments were recorded in the notes from, or the minutes from that meeting, and they were mischaracterized. You can go back and listen to my actual statement. And basically, I had asked about non-public school placements. And there was a non-public school placement that you had voted on. And I had just asked simply for, you know, what's the average cost and what is the number of those public school placements. And then I was kind of chastised and told, well, that's going to be something that is brought up in, you know, when we get this, you know, next steps, you know, somewhere down the road when we're out of this acute phase of talking about coronavirus. So I didn't see anything, I don't think I saw anything mentioned about non-public school placements now in this next steps. And I'm wondering, that seemed to be one of the things that was brought up in the audit. And it seems to be, you know, a significant source of fiscal concern in the audit and ongoing. And I'm wondering, like, at what point does that get examined and taken care of? I didn't hear it mentioned tonight. Thank you very much, and for your continued attention to special ed and everything in our district.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, we have Melissa LaRue. Melissa, I'll be bringing you in.
Thanks, Peter. I just had 2 comments, and they're probably ones that I've made before. My first is I'm happy to hear us talking about this at length, because I think all of us SPED parents were a little worried that the audit would get kind of pushed away with all of the other things that that are happening in the district right now. But obviously, it's very important that we start working on all of these issues. My main concern is about accountability. you know, I hear us talking a lot about the reports that, okay, well, we've got this ongoing and these are going, and I'm thrilled to hear that there's progress. But I also feel like there hasn't been, to my understanding or knowledge, a major outreach to stakeholders that are non-district, like specifically parents in the CDAC. I'd like to state that I think that we need a bigger place at the table in all of these conversations around prioritization and around solutions, because I think we have a lot to share and to help with, and that, you know, I haven't felt a lot of outreach in that regard. My other comment is only that when I'm looking at the staffing recommendations, and we're stating that we hired 2 school psychologists, 4 SDC teachers, and 2 SLPs, I'm curious to know whether those are replacements of people that have left, or are those additional positions in our district, because there's a big difference between those 2 items, right? Whether we've added staff or we're just managing to rehire people who had left previously. Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, next we have Kayla Castro. Kayla, I'm bringing you in.
I just want to say to you guys, thank you very much for talking more about special ed and working really hard on this topic to help the parents and teachers and everybody working with special education. Another thing I want to say is thank you to all the teachers out there working very hard, not only with special education, but with all of our other students that we have. During this time, it is really hard to teach our children at home, and having our teachers to access emails with, having meetings with. I know the teachers have been spending hours doing training every day and not going to sleep till very late because they're out there trying their hardest to make our children and our lives easier. I just wanted to say that I appreciate all you teachers, all you board members for putting everything together, Sarah Drinkwater, and also Joan, for all that you guys do. You guys are making this a lot easier on all of the families during this tough time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla.
I'm going this now.
All right, next we have John Wu. John, I'm bringing you in.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the board the trustees paying attention to special education. I want to take this opportunity to plug in for more training of teachers and counselors, I guess, to recognize the very subtle tic disorders. Kids that have tic disorders sometimes could be, or very often are seen as rowdy or unruly, not disciplined. But I think after a while, we realized that they were actually suffering the very subtleties of tic disorders, which I guess is under the umbrella of hyperactivity, that kind of stuff. So I just want to see for application.
John, I hate to interrupt you, and I apologize, but we're having a real difficult time hearing you. You sound like you're breaking up. I just wanted to let you know. I wasn't sure if it was maybe a device or internet, but I just wanted to let you know we are having a little bit of a difficult time hearing you.
Oh gosh. Okay, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to put a plug in to advocate for additional or further deeper training of teachers and counselors in connection with tic disorders, which I think are very subtle and oftentimes viewed as, oh gosh, this kid is a bad kid, but in fact, they were suffering from tic disorder. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Apologize about the technical difficulties. Okay. President Corzo, at this time, we have no other attendees with their hands up.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to final thoughts or comments from the board.
Sorry. So I'm really glad that we have this item on the agenda. In some ways, it is actually refreshing to talk about this because this is what we were working on before COVID-19. And it seemed like actually we've been working on this for a while. And just for historical perspective, you know, ever since I've been on the board, we've been talking about this, and we've had some staff changes, and we asked for an audit, and we got the audit, and then we're reforming the CDAC, which is great. And now we have all these recommendations, and I love the fact that Stephanie had talked about how rewarding it was in terms of how the staff members were able to come together and really look at how they can improve and how this whole program can improve. And, you know, I feel like, unfortunately, it's sort of this COVID-19 situation or pandemic that we're in sort of put a pause on everything, on what we're about to do. And it's unfortunate about that situation, but I'm really grateful that there has been some work that has happened thus far. I know we've had a lot of ups and downs on this, but I do feel like we are headed in the right direction. By us having the audit, by us having the CDAC again, by us having, you know, on the last, whether it was a video call or whatever it was, 130 families that were able to chime in and, you know, at least be there and, you know, have a little bit more input than maybe they had before, instead of maybe coming to a board meeting that maybe wasn't possible for them. So I'm grateful that for all the hard work that has been put in place. I really feel bad that unfortunately that the COVID-19 has sort of put a pause in some ways on this, but I feel like that it's not going to stop us, and that we will keep on going, and we will make improvements. And in my mind, sort of the train has sort of left the station, and we're moving to make this program the best program it could be, and with all input from the families and the staff, and we're moving. You know, we had a little hiccup with COVID-19, but we're moving, and we're moving in the right direction. And so I just want to thank everybody for all their hard work on this. I don't have any specific questions. It just an overall comment that it does seem like it's taken a while to move, but we've needed these things in place, whether it's CDAC, whether it's the audit, or whatever it is, to just keep moving along to make this the best program we can make it. So thank you.
I just want to say that I was very interested in conducting an audit for our SPED program. And when we received the results, it, showed a lot of work to be done. I'm sure staff left the meeting with their heads down, feeling defeated, but that was not my intention. And I'm so sorry if it came across that way. You all work very hard trying to provide the best outcomes for the children while taking on extra classes, extra cases, running short on funds and tools and time and staff and support. My goal of the audit was for it to provide like tangible data so everyone can understand that our SPED department deserves some much needed attention and love. We want to show you that we do care, we support you, we want to help get you what is needed so that your focus is on the children. And I am happy that the CDAC has been formed, along with some other steps we're making in the right progress. I'm sorry it's taken this long, again, for, any positive progress to be made, but we're moving in the right direction, and it's not going to happen overnight, but I'm really happy that that we're taking the time to do this. So thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, good. My AirPods died. So I just wanted to say again, just like the others have said, I'm thankful for the work that's being done here. I felt kind of like we lost some momentum just because of all that's going on, but I know there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. So I'm glad that we're bringing this back up and talking about it at this time. One of the things that I think I mentioned back when the audit was presented was that I, just noticed they mentioned in the report that some of the spending seems like a lot higher than other school districts that were similar to ours. And so I'm curious also like how we can kind of review the expenses and not take away services or things that are needed, but how we can use our dollars more efficiently and really see a difference there. So I like the slide that says that you guys are reviewing the services that are provided by agencies and seeing how we could be more efficient with perhaps bringing those onto the district staff. So again, I'm looking forward to I would like to read all the other recommendations and just see what else it says, but I think this is going in the right direction and I look forward to hearing more and learning more. So thank you.
Thank you guys for the update. Echoing what other folks have said for just the continued work on this. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot going on in the world of special education amidst all of this. And so, and this work is really important, and it is important for us. I think now, we're getting back to a bit more of a routine, and so I think it's important to continue to address this. I'm glad to hear, I believe Alma was sharing a little bit about wanting to engage in root cause analysis work. And I would just kind of like to, both share that I'm grateful that that's something that we're thinking of, and just to, and that I really hope that that's kind of a process that we engage in, because I think that, this work is complex, and I do a lot of work with design thinking. We talk about this idea of a wicked problem, and the reality is that these kinds of challenges don't have easy solutions, and they don't have quick solutions, and they don't have solutions that we can just come up with right in isolation. And I think that it's just really important to really think about kind of those root causes, because the risk is that we otherwise create solutions that actually aren't going to address the problem and move us forward. And so, I'm looking forward to hearing a little bit more about what that process is going to look like for the team. And I'm grateful that we're going to do that. I do think that there are things obviously that we're working on. There are things that are a little bit more like low-hanging fruit, or a little bit more logistical, things that we kind of can make immediate adjustments to, and things that are part of the complex problems that we can still make movement on. But I'm really looking forward to hearing a little bit about kind of what that looks like. A couple of other thoughts, I guess moving forward with sort of that concept is just being really clear, I think, through that process also about what change we really do want to see. So what are the intended impacts? So I think about things like the communication work that's happening, even something just like moving to ensuring that we're responding in 2 days. What are we hoping changes as a result of that, and how are we ensuring that that's actually the change, right? Is our hope that we want our stakeholder groups to feel like we're listening, and is that having the intended impact? And so same thing with kind of professional development, right? What are the things that we want to see as impacts in classroom instructional practices or student performance, and then is what we're doing actually leading to that? And then so I think with that, just being really intentional about how we're kind of progress monitoring is really important. So as you mentioned, with a lot of these are ongoing. We cycle back. I would love to learn a little bit more about kind of what that looks like. I don't know if Smartsheet is kind of a way to do that or not. If that's embedded in Smartsheet, but yeah, so I guess those are just some of my thoughts. I think that we're definitely on the path. We're having the conversation. We're, tackling some of these things. And I think, now I would just hope that we're really kind of going deeper into some of those areas as we
continue to really think about, kind of as a couple of folks shared in their presentation, right? The systemic change, the change that is really going to stick and is going to make those impacts for our kids. That is the goal of all of this. Thank you guys for your continued work on this. And if there's other ways that we can support, please don't hesitate to let us know. I know we're all, you know, hoping to move the needle on all of this and support all of our kids. And so we're here to support in whatever way the team needs. And thank you guys for your continued work.
I'll just add that I recognize how much work and how much change and how quickly we're hoping all of these things happen. And you know, I just think about, like, you know, our teachers and our staff and you know, while we absolutely need to do these things and make these changes as quickly as possible, we have to remember that these are, you know, these are things that are going to be implemented by people, and you know, we need to make sure that they feel like they have the time and the support to make those changes, so that they're not just so that they're long lasting, I guess I would say, right? Like, systemic change takes a lot of time. So it's a balance, but I appreciated the presentation. I don't have questions really. I just want to recognize how much work has been accomplished, how much work there is still yet to be done, and just thank the staff. I think it's hard to, like, have an audit done and see all of these things that need changes, but I also feel like it's important because these are things that families and students have been really feeling for a long time, and for them to get that validation and that recognition, it's important, but it's also really, like, vital for change. And so thank you to the staff and to the parents and the advocates. I remember, you know, over 3 years ago having a panel on special ed, and you know, we are doing the work, and I really hope that we can continue to make progress, and yeah, thank you to everyone. So with
Thank you.
that,
thank you, Amy,
yeah.
Stephanie, and Alma.
Yeah, absolutely. We have an amazing team, and I'm sure that's on top of all these other responsibilities that everyone has in their day-to-day. So, well, some of it is your day-to-day. But yeah, thank you, everyone. Okay, so let's move on to developer fee justification study.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Great. So the develop fee justification study, as you know, the rates that districts can collect from developers for fees to offset the cost of growth. The rates are adjusted periodically, and since the last report that we had done, the rates have increased. But in order to collect those fees, we have to prepare a justification study. So we have in front of you a contract with Jack Schrader, who's been in business for quite some time and has done these reports for our district previously. So our recommendation tonight is to approve this contract with Jack Schrader and Associates. Will bring forward to you a justification study for us to be able to collect the higher fee rate that we believe we'll be able to do once the study is completed.
Thank you. Do we have any clarifying questions? No. Okay. Do we have any public comments on this item?
President Corzo, I see no hands up from the attendees.
Okay. Any final thoughts or comments from the board before we vote on this?
I have no comments, but this is Ken. I'll make a motion to approve the developer impact fee study.
This is Shar.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
Okay, and yes from Trustee Corzo. Moving on to resolution number 29/1920, authorizing and approving the borrowing of funds for fiscal year 2020 through 2021, the issuance and sale of a 2021 tax revenue anticipation note.
Thank you. We provided you recently a background on what tax revenue anticipation notes are for. It's really to address potential cash flow issues for the district. And so we work with Keegent, our financial advisor, as well as with counsel to prepare these documents for you. That enables the district, if they so choose, to move forward with the issuance of this tax revenue anticipation note. And we have up through June, July to actually determine what dollar amount we think that might be. So we've worked with our financial advisor looking at our financial reports to calibrate that dollar amount. And that's what we brought forward tonight to ask you to approve this resolution that enables the district to participate in this program.
Thank you. Any questions from our board? No? Okay. Any public comment on this item?
President Corzo, I see no attendees with their hands up this time.
Thank you. Okay. Any final comments or thoughts before a vote on this item? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve this.
I'll second Allison's motion.
Okay. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
Okay, and a yes from Trustee Corzo. Moving on to item number 9.3, George Hall Elementary School HMI Architects Contract for Professional Design Services for the Measure X Phase 2 project.
We brought forward to the agency contract. We spent a little time on this contract because we had an existing contract for them for the work at the new school in Foster City. So we worked with council to align this this contract for this particular project, and we made some minor adjustments to it. So we're pleased to bring this forward to you to have HMC work on the design for George Hall modernization.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? No? Okay. Any public comments on this item?
There are no hands at this time.
Thank you. Okay. Thoughts?
So just a comment on this. As I went through the, the proposal or the contract, I understand. So when you get to Exhibit C, you look at the schedule and you see the schedule lines up or lays out plan for different phases. And considering that the closeout phase essentially ends at August 2023, which is far out there. I understand that, especially in light of COVID-19, it's very difficult to sort of put in dates in terms of when things will be done. But considering that it's sort of not an if we go out for a bond or a parcel tax at some point in the future for school financing, it's a matter of when. The issue is the next available moment for us to go out for a facilities bond besides November would be the March of 2022. And my comment is that while I understand that this is the current schedule, or at least the schedule in the contract, I just would like to comment and say I hope we can sort of meet it a little bit faster, partly because that if we do have to go out for a bond, or when we go out for a bond, we want to show success in terms of implementing the previous bond, and this is on a Measure X project. And so, ideally it would be nice if we had it up before we went out for another bond. But understanding COVID-19, understand construction is going to be really crazy over the next year because of it. I just want to put that out there and just make that comment. But if there's no other comments, I'd make a motion to approve this contract.
Thank you, Trustee Chin. Do I have a second?
Second, Mrs. Allison.
This is Rebecca.
Oh.
Oh, I heard a
Quick one.
motion from Trustee Chin and a second from Trustee Proctor. Let's do a roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
Okay, and a yes from Trustee Corzo. Moving on to Facilities Master Plan update.
Tish Bucell is going to provide the Facilities Master Plan update. Dr. Rosas.
Tish, this is Peter. I have brought you into the meeting. If you can unmute yourself, you'll be able to present to the board.
I'm unmuted.
Go ahead, Tish.
We can hear you. Go ahead. Yes. Good evening, members of the board, President Corzo, members of the community, and Superintendent Rosas. It's my pleasure tonight to provide a short update to the board about one of its priorities established nearly 8 months ago, and that is for the development of a new facilities master plan to replace the one that was agreed to in 2013. As you know, when you established this priority, we brought to the board back in the fall at a study session a timeline and phasing of the development of the plan to involve widely the school community, including both staff as well as parents. We have been fortunate before COVID-19 hit to have completed half of the steps and are planning to move forward on the other half of the steps. So of the 6 step phases, we have done the district identification of needs. We have had 23 school or other site community meetings involving staff and parents, and in some cases students. And we were able to complete the survey for all staff and all parents who wanted to identify what they saw as needs for their individual facilities. That survey was completed in in the end of, beginning of March, and all of the community meetings and other site meetings were completed between January and February. Our next step was for the school teams and the schools to identify additional needs that they wanted to have considered for inclusion in the facilities master plan, and to also provide their recommendations about their highest priorities. We had to make a pivot because of the involvement of the schools immediately in responding to the shelter in place, and we have now resumed that process with a bit of a change so that we could capture all of the good thinking and participation that happened so far this year. And so schools or school teams, depending on how comfortable the principal felt in representing what the school teams and others have been talking about as priorities, are submitting their recommendations by the end of next week of both new items to include in the facilities master plan for the new decade, as well as their recommended priorities. That will get us then to what we call phase 5, which was to then develop a master plan to provide as a draft to the superintendent and the board of trustees. This too is a bit behind schedule because of the need to focus on shelter in place and the need to give the opportunity for schools and principals to be able to refocus their efforts in this area in the midst of everything else. We have made a change in that process because of the difficulty, the challenges of trying to put together a facilities advisory committee to look at all of the school input and to meet on a regular basis for what we anticipated would be 4 to 6 meetings. It's very difficult to get a working team together among individuals who may not know each other and to have them work in a virtual setting. So instead, we are planning to go forward, pending the board's discussion, with doing an internal set of draft master plan, working with AS Architects, who has been our outside consultant and will be doing the cost estimating for the plans themselves. This last fifth phase, when completed, which we anticipate to be by the end of June, if not sooner, would then result in a recommendation to the board of a facilities master plan by July at the latest, which keeps us fairly on track with the schedule that was set up at the beginning of the year by both the board as well as the district administration. Because of not having the ability to really put together a comprehensive facilities advisory committee look at the plan, it's anticipated that what we would do when the board decides when it wants to identify sources of funding for the plan, that at that point, the facilities advisory committee would be convened, assuming we're out of shelter in place at that point, and that committee would then review the facilities master plan adopted by the board and make any recommendations that have occurred between this time and that time in the future. So I'd be happy to discuss how these revisions in the planning are taking place, as well as any more information that the board might want in terms of how we're going to get to the completion of this plan. Thank you.
I'd like to step in for a moment before you ask your clarifying questions, but because one of the reasons that we wanted to bring this to you is to update you on the process and progress with the facilities master plan, but also to remind you that we had engaged in a very aggressive timeline because we had talked about going out for a bond as early as November. And with all that's gone on, I'm not sure that we're still targeting November. So I know you'll have clarifying questions. I just want to put that in your thoughts. Then you may want to take public comment and then think about what is the timeline that we're really working with, so that I know what next steps you'd like me to take. So I'll turn it over to the president for clarifying questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rosas. Trustee Chin, clarifying question?
No questions, but I do have comments.
Okay. Trustee Hitchcock?
No questions, but comments.
Trustee Proctor? Trustee Watkins? Okay. Do we have any public comments on this item?
President Corzo, we have no hands at this time.
Okay. Moving on to final thoughts and discussion.
So I'll kick it off. I guess that's the order that we were in, right? Sorry, it's getting late now. So I know that when we talked about this earlier, the whole idea, there were two pieces to it. One was we knew we had to go out for another bond because of our aging facilities and because of, you know, the Band-Aids that we put on year over year. And we also knew that we needed, there are certain upgrades that we had to do. And so we needed a facilities master plan. The second thing was there was some additional money that's coming down. I think I forget what was a bond or was some requirement, and I failed to look it up before this meeting, that required an up-to-date facilities master plan. So in order for us to access the state money, we needed to have an update. And so that was part of the other pressure to get this going. With that being said, you know, there was a thought for us to move towards doing a bond in November, and we sort of casually talked about it, but we never really did make a decision because we needed the facilities master plan update first. My comment just in regards to that timing November-wise is I would not support us considering or even putting something on the November ballot in fact, I actually am a little concerned about what I mentioned before, the spring of 2022, which then I guess the August 2023 date of George Hall completion would be fine. But I'm worried about the next couple of years in terms of us being in a recession. And the idea is what is the public's appetite for an additional bond measure to be put on to ask for additional money. And I'm leery of us going out there because I just think the timing would not be right. And that's at this moment in terms of everything that we know. So in terms of the November timeline, I don't think we would want to go in November. And secondly, in regards to the revisions and the pivots and everything in terms of the phases, I'm okay with the facilities master plan committee. I don't know what the term we actually called it, to being sort of after it was done, because I do have a feeling that we're going to come around, we're going to get the facilities master plan in July or so, and we as a board won't make a decision in terms of when we get on to the sort of the bond or for maybe a little bit. So I'm okay with that at the moment. The one question I do have or comment is that, speaking about Band-Aids, and we may be in more Band-Aid situation as we look into trying to improve our facilities, a lot of the comments that I got just recently when Governor Newsom said, hey, let's start schools in July. I was like, we can't do that. I mean, one, we start in August, but the other thing is like, we're not going to start in the middle of the summer somewhere where it's super hot, where we have classrooms that get over 80, 90 degrees. It's just not possible. And so I know we were doing an air conditioning sort of pilot at some of the schools. I'd love to find out what the results were of that. But a lot of the parents that I've talked to had said, hey, can't we just buy air conditioner units and put them in the classroom, right? And they'd all collect them, right? But the issue is, no, you can't, because we only have a certain electrical capacity. And so you may just blow the entire short out the entire school. So if we are looking to needing like an additional Band-Aid, I'd love to know where or what schools actually have the capacity. If parents were to ask us and said, hey, we'd love to bring in some additional electrical, fans, ACs, whatever it is, because when we eventually get back into the classrooms, whether it's this August or whether it's, we'll feel the heat next June, or October, I'd love to know what that is, and for us to be able to sort of advise or not advise against it. So, but those are my comments.
And just to state that we knew that the air conditioning was one of our top issues, that and the sewer systems, right? So we're going to have to address the schools where the situation is the most difficult, and we have pulled maps so that we can start looking at those needs.
Yeah, thank you.
Any comments, Trustee Hitchcock?
Yeah, Ken points out many important details, like, there is a recession coming. The governor's proposed or possibly proposed budget, and the budget cuts that may be coming our way. And I know we're in a really tight situation, and the environment that our families are facing is difficult. But I also know that we do have severe facility needs that, like you said, have had Band-Aids on it for a while, like a sewer system. And so I guess my fear is, are we going to miss an opportunity for us to get anything? Because we're just going to get more budget cuts and more budget cuts, and we're not going to be able to provide the minimum for our children. So that I don't know if we want a further discussion or, you know, to just hear out what everybody's thoughts are, or if we're just
So this isn't
taking it all in at the moment.
right. This is not for particular action right now. I just wanted to point out that where we were, give you an update. We're pretty close to the timeline, but I also wanted to point out that the timeline was based on a desire to go out for a November bond, and I just want to get a sense of where we are with that so that I know what kind of a push to put on this. And so I'm hearing, you know, that you have some interest because you're concerned about the facilities being aging. So I can obviously bring this back for an action item. I'm just trying to get a sense of where I move from here.
I think I would like that, just to have more time to discuss and more knowledge to digest.
Sure.
That would be great.
That's fine. That's fine. I can bring that back. Just like I said, I wanted to give you an update, give you a timeline, let you know that we're pretty close, but not quite on it. We do have a little problem with the Facilities Advisory Committee. That's because we had never met together. So that has to be worked out. But just wondering about the timeline. So I'll be interested in what other trustees are thinking at this point, and then we'll bring it back.
I was going to say that I agree with Trustee Chin that I don't think that this is the right time, just based on what's going on. But I also think that we should bring this back for further discussion and maybe even reach out to our city council liaisons and the community and hear a little bit more from what people are thinking, because it is hard to wait a couple of years for some of the things that need to be done, but at the same time, I don't want to go through the effort of, you know, getting this bond on the ballot and trying to get it passed if it's absolutely not going to happen, especially with, you know, possibly going into recession, budget cuts, and all that stuff. So I think it's worth a further discussion.
I'll echo the further discussion, somewhat conflicted. I think it's a tough time now, but I also think it's going to get tougher. And I think in 2 years, we're actually going to be in a much more difficult place than we are right now. And I think realistically, we might be looking at 4 years, which then means 8 years in terms of seeing infrastructure changes, right? Do we have the capacity to wait that long? And if the answer to that is no, when you talk about things like sewage and HVAC systems, you know, then I think it warrants further discussion. I, you know, echo what Trustee Proctor shared around kind of reaching out to the stakeholder groups. I mean, you know, it's a tough time to engage in any sort of bond measure campaigning, and I think we would want to definitely engage our stakeholder groups, you know, when we think about kind of Measure V and what that looks like, and, you know, we would want to have our, you know, our SMETA leadership and our CSA leadership, and, you know, those groups, just, I mean, it'd be interesting to get a pulse on kind of what folks are thinking there. So yeah, I would just echo bringing it back. And thanks for the update on kind of where things are, and, you know, that you guys are continuing to move along with updating things so that we have the option to make a choice and to have further discussion. So, you know, I know we've had updates on a lot of things tonight around things that just we continue to need to do in the midst of everything else. And so I know it's a lot on everyone's plate, and so just appreciating the continued work on this.
Thank you. I will just add that, yeah, I don't think that it's the right time now, but you know, just hearing other trustees concerned about, you know, whether it can get more difficult in the future. And I guess I personally don't know enough about like how long it takes to recover from something like what we're going through economically, and what that will mean for our kids and their needs, and, you know, yeah, just you know, going back to like helping kids meet their basic needs so they can focus on school, right? So thank you for this update and for the work that's been done, Tish. Thanks for staying up so late with us.
I do want to really do a shout out to Tish because she has been leading this charge of getting the facilities master plan, getting it done. She has worked with each of our site principals and and their groups to pull all the information together. So really a huge thank you to Tish. And thank you for the conversation.
Can I just say one more thing?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before we move on. No, go ahead. I wasn't sure if you were finished. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then it's clear that we really do need to agendize a discussion about where we are with this and where we might want to go. So I will work with your president on figuring out what stakeholders and what information we need so that we can bring back a robust conversation. So sorry.
The one thing I was just going to add to that is just it might be helpful, and I don't know if I haven't heard any talk about it, but I'm not sure if there would be adjustment to when we can go out for bonds as a result of this. So would it be, you know, that might be important information to know, right? Like, would they change so it doesn't need, you don't need to wait until 2022, or, you know, there might be some flexibility. So potentially something to look into or to integrate as a part of our conversation.
I will ask. Thank you. That's a possibility with all the things that have been going on. So, all right. Well, thank you again, Tish, for staying up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tish.
I also want to say thank you also to the team. I'm making the report, but it's on behalf of a team that's been working on this for several months. So thank you, Joel, Patrick, and also our facilities project managers.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, it's getting late, folks. Let's see. That was the last item up for discussion. Moving on to board member statements and requests for future agenda items. Trustee Chin? Trustee Hitchcock?
Yeah. So first, I want to appreciate Julie MacArthur's comments, giving us some insight as to what challenges some of our teachers are facing with the distance learning. And of course, a big thank you to our teachers and certificated staff for future updates. I know these are unfortunate times again, and all the budget and money issues, but I think it would be a good idea to add a Measure V update, and then also a follow-up on our magnet program discussion, and then another one on our Montessori programs. You know, I don't want Nima and the rest of the Montessori team to know, you know, we haven't forgotten about them, and I don't want the district to lose the sight of the support that needs to be given. Those are it. Thank you.
Trustee Proctor?
Yeah, so I just want to kind of acknowledge some of the public comments, and we had a lot of comments at the beginning about from the College Park parents, and so I was hoping that there's, you know, they seem unsettled, and so I want to see if there's some way we can engage with them, maybe let them know the process for how getting a new principal works and listen to their concerns and things. And so I don't think that's like a board meeting topic, but I just wanted to kind of put that out there that obviously they have some concerns and I think they should be heard. And then the other item I wanted to just ask was the question about the non-public schools, and if we could get some data on that so that we're informed and also the public could know, like, what is a non-public school, how many students go there, how do you determine when a student, you know, when a student goes there, and so just some additional information about that. And lastly, I just wanted to thank all of our teachers and staff and tell them happy Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week, and just give appreciation for everybody and how much they do, and to just wish everyone health and safety. Thank you. Oh, okay. I just wanted to add really quickly. So I mentioned ethnic studies at our last board meeting. I learned a little bit more about a statewide effort that's happening regarding a model curriculum that was almost completely approved through the state. And a model curriculum is basically a curriculum like framework, but not anything that's mandated or that requires school districts to purchase curriculum or like have a significant financial investment in. And so there was a, so it was almost completely approved, and then there were two groups that opposed it, and so I would like to kind of bring that up at one of our next board meetings to learn more about that effort and how we can support a model curriculum for the state, not necessarily for our school district to implement right now, but I did want to just share that with everyone. And that's all I have for now. Okay. Future meeting dates.
Okay, let me read that to you. Our future meeting dates are obviously our upcoming board meeting, which is May 21st. But before that, we do have on May 12th, 7 o'clock, CDAC. And then after that, we have the May 26th Equity Task Force. And May 18th, the San Mateo Foster City School District Education Foundation. So you can find those meeting dates in your board agenda.
Thank you. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, wait. Yes, actually, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Shara, I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And yes, from Trustee Corzo. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there with us. Good night.
Thank
Thanks,
you. Stay healthy.
everybody.